Morning, everyone, and welcome to another budget session at Meaford Council. It's 9 o'clock, and I'll call the meeting to order and just defer to Councillor Uhrig to give us our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. We would like to begin by acknowledging that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash Unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis whose ancestors shared this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Councillor, and I'll just ask you to engage in a moment of silent reflection on today's business. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, just a reminder to bring it forward if it occurs to you. And now I need a motion to go into committee of the whole, moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Forder. I think we'll start with just perhaps going around the horseshoe, and anyone wish to say anything about where we are at this point in time? I can tell you, I had a little tete-a-tete with Val, and I think we are sitting at this point in time at about a 19% increase based on what we've done to date, which is not where we want to be, obviously. So we will be in this morning's session dealing with the second half of the electives issues that we started. And but anyway, I'd like to just go around the horseshoe. Anyone has any comments at this point? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the opportunity and would be happy to start off comments for today. If I look at where we are to date, and I know 19 isn't good, but it's a whole lot better than where we started, and we'll make progress today, I'm certain. But as I've sort of pondered the entire process, and I look back at last year, and it seems to me that the budget we were presented with last year that was pretty well pared down, that our acting CAO of the day had done a lot of the work ahead of time and had those discussions with staff and had removed a lot of the discretionary items from the budget. So I look at this year's budget, and as thick and challenging as it has been, I believe that we've been presented with, as I like to think of it, the whole kitchen sink. And we've been provided the opportunity to review all of the requests and wish lists from staff. And now we are doing our job in making the determinations of the priorities that we wish to invest in for 2025. So I'm very hopeful today that we'll take our time again with these, with the rest of the list of the electives. There's some very important items in there, and I believe we will get to a place by the end of the day where we can send the budget back to staff and be in a much better place. But again, I want to stress the importance of us, keeping cool heads and working together. As I started out our first day suggesting that we asked for change, we brought in a new CAO to bring us change, and boy, we've got it. And it's up to us now to work within the framework that we've been presented with, and to get to a place that we can all be happy with, hopefully in the end. I do at this point, Your Worship, if I may, want to bring forward a notice of motion. In our last council meeting, we pulled from the communications package the letter from Wasaga Beach, and we recognize that all of us as communities have been presented with a huge increase from our OPP service, and that is putting significant strain on all of us financially. So there will be a notice at the next council meeting on Monday, whereby we will follow with a letter from this municipality to the Premier and the Solicitor General, suggesting that they ease up on us a little bit with that increase for 2025. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And just referring back to Deputy Mayor Keaveney's, I didn't ask for change. During that process, wasn't change I was looking for. I was looking for peace and calm amongst the staff and to move forward in the municipality. I don't believe change ever come up in the topic. Having said that, we can move forward. I do have a question, probably to Jessica. It's not budget related. There's people on site at Bridges 21 and 22. Is that our staff or Northern Mat staff?
Through the chair, it is, might not necessarily be Northern Mat staff, but contracted folks working on their behalf. My understanding was that today or tomorrow, they may start some tree removal to allow for the smooth transition into construction. So it's good to hear that they're there today.
That's really good news. Anyone else, or who's next? Comments? I maybe should just say too that I believe that we can look forward to a lot of questions have been asked around the horseshoe, and those answers should be coming when we sit down as December 9th. So I think it does take time to put together answers to the number of questions that we asked and so on. So that is good, I think. Councillor Greenfield, please.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I apologize for jumping in late. As the Deputy Mayor mentioned, the OPP increase is it's out there. It's that that the elusive villain that is hanging over us, and we're hoping that better things are going to come. Better news is going to come from the OPP, but it has been a big concern to have that for me anyway, going into this budget, knowing that hey, that OPP increase is still looming in the darkness. I just want to say that we did make some decisions on Friday, and as far as I'm concerned, those decisions were conditional. They were conditional on today's discussion and future discussions, and conditional on what council determines to be a palatable tax rate for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? If not, we'll get on with the first and our main task today. We've got another raft of elective items, and I'm going to just dig into them here. Obviously, the wrong file.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we're starting on slide 51. Just
Okay,
for reference. Do you
slide
want to pop over
51.
to that?
And that is Parks Portfolio Management. Okay, so maybe I should just read the actual recommendation that $70,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a Parks Portfolio Management Program for the municipality. Do we need a mover and seconder? We just, okay. So discussion on this. I certainly have some points. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. And I'm curious to know if we can break this down. I think I just need some further explanation of what the work plan specifically is here. My concern is the parkland dedication piece. If we don't go forward with this, I do think that particular aspect of this ask is important. So I just wonder if I could ask, I'm not sure if that would be you, Kim or Bart, just to go into a little bit more depth about what the expectation is here.
Actually, I believe it's under Jessica with the parks, sorry. And I don't know, Jessica, if you want to kind of break down where the current, I know we have a parks plan right now, but I believe this was the add-on that was one of council's priorities. And so I think it evolved beyond the current day parks plan, which I also, Jess, when did it end? The parks like master plan, if you will.
So through the chair, My understanding is that this was a council priority and that what I take from this is that maybe we're looking at identifying all the things, parks, like looking at all of our, we have various plans. We all know that there's plans for all of them. And kind of identifying maybe where we can, where we own property, where parks might be advantageous, that don't exist currently. A lot of I don't think we have one plan. I feel like we have many. So the parkland dedication piece, in my mind, is something that is required anyway. Like, I feel like this is a conversation that we've had with planning, looking at how we better our ability to acquire parkland through the planning process and make it clearer. Like, I think that's half the battle, is that we don't necessarily now have a good avenue for asking for the right things. And I think we know internally that that needs to be better, whether it happens through this avenue or not. I think it doesn't need to. I think we have identified it as being important anyway. So that piece, outside of this piece, I think it would happen regardless. So to your concern about whether we work on our parkland dedication or not, I think it will happen. I don't think it necessarily needs to be part of this particular project.
Can I answer your question?
No, your
Oh.
worship, thank you. That's very helpful, Jessica. So I think I'm hearing that if we said no to this, no investment in this, that piece of the work would happen anyway, whether it's through the development charges or ongoing daily work in relation to parks.
Through the chair, simplicity answer, I would say yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to just add here, if I could, that we're late to this party. And I don't think we would be maybe in the position we are with the ratepayers on the Centerville park area. If we had actively pursued park acquisition in the past. And I know that one of the reasons that I was behind a change in CAOs was I couldn't get any interest in acquiring or solidifying our park assets. And I think that's extremely important. Somebody pointed out to me today, I'm not sure if anybody can name how many stretches of waterfront are parkland in the municipality of Meaford. And there's not a small number, but somebody told me that Collingwood has 29. And I think that it's something that we should be thinking about and addressing. But I will say this, to me, this is a project, not a position. And I think it was intended as a project, and that's why I'm willing to put it on the shelf for further discussion when we get there. It's a project in my mind, and we have to figure out how we would approach it. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I do agree, in a perfect world, this would be nice. With the proposed increase we're looking at, again, not at this time.
Okay. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Having read this a number of times, we do have plans for the vast majority of our waterfront parks. Certainly the Memorial Park Master Plan. Councillor Bartley and I were fortunate enough to sit on that group a couple of years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and put a lot of time onto that plan. We have a plan for St. Vincent Park. We've got a plan for the former landfill, Memorial Park. As you said, Your Worship, we've got a lot of waterfront parks, Leith, Haibu, which is Conservation Authority, but that's a park in our municipality, and I don't think the Conservation Authority has ever turned anybody away from using the waterfront there. No, it's I think our problem concerning parks is we don't have the money to develop them the way we wish we could. And looking at a 20% budget increase right now, this is not the year.
So shall we vote on this? That is to say that we're not going to add this to the budget. But put it this way, the motion is to add it to the budget. All in favor of adding it to the budget? I see no hands, and you can take that and put it on the shelf. The second item, number 52, health and safety. The recommendation is that $65,577 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a health and safety training program for the municipality.
I was
Just
just
right
going to
in the discussion.
specify, it's a combination of a trainer in of itself to do in-house training versus the option which we've been using. So just for clarification, we always have a mandate and requirement for levels of training. This would actually just to be taking it as an in-house cost with a person. Just
Okay.
for clarification, sorry.
Discussion on this one, Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'd like to know a little bit more about this with regards to what kind of cost savings this offers instead of contracting out. Do we have enough enough need to have a full-time health and safety person doing training and things like that?
Yeah, the intention here was to also bring in some fire prevention, so it would have a dual role. And so quite a bit of our training for the firefighters is done already in-house. This would be a specific type of certification. And then, of course, we would then be able to offer that to all staff. There is also potential of offering it to as a revenue stream, if you will, or an offset to some of the costs to other departments, fire departments around the area and other. So it has been difficult. I know that we have one regular consultant that we've been using for this training, but it's not a lot of people to pick from. I believe there's been maybe up to 2 at times, but it is a difficult training to always get. And the rotation is every 3 years that everybody in some of, not everybody, but a lot of folks in the public spaces should have in all of our different sites. So the arena, Meaford Hall, those types of places. So even though we typically, all of the firefighters need it, but it also, we do have some key staff in different areas that we also train to a certain degree for first aid mostly. That's what you're going to see. So that's the type of cost. The offset, I don't have it right here with me, but there is a benefit to us moving to an in-house person for doing some of this prevention as well as the corporate training for health and safety.
Councillor Yurick. Oh, sorry. Okay, Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess 2 things. Do we have any idea of what that consultant cost is we happen to be paying now? Second thing is, do we feel comfortable that there are enough staff in the different departments now that already have this training in a degree of training in place now that we feel we're satisfactorily covering it to the point? And we're going to hear often today, not this year. This is another one of those things where I'd love to do that, but I just have to balance against potential costs of what already exists.
Absolutely. And that's where in that review of this year's costs for that trainer that we brought in, that's where the recommendation was we could do this in-house and get more people trained I've just asked behind me what the actual numbers were, but they're not tip of right on hand. But like I say, kind of the analysis back from the team was just that we could do more with the same amount of money and do better as far as training more people as well. I think right now, and I don't know, Sarah, if it's on the tip of your tongue, right now, I think we're doing 3 courses this year for, is it 3? Yeah. So again, just there is enough of a cost change by doing it in-house that it was recommended that we switch to looking at that option. But again, if we wanted to not do it and continue to do it through the contracted services, like I say, we have a list of all of the people that get it every year because their 3 years will expire. So we don't get like everyone doesn't decertify in the same year. It's on a rotation. So for that, I could get that information to you guys exactly who's trained and at what level and those turnover, but just know that that's kind of like what the trainer also keeps track of. And right now that's incorporated into, they've just moved the health and safety from HR, and now it's principally done over with the fire services. And so that piece of work they just took on and did that analysis. So that's why it's kind of coming up now.
Okay, Deputy Mayor first. So, okay,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just so the second part of that question, so departmentally, because it's a rollover and like you said, it's not going to all expire at one point anyway. Do we feel we departmentally, we are covered now or continue to be? This is again, kind of a accelerated service.
I think everyone expires each year. So I guess to that point, we can't not do it next year. We're just choosing to do it either in-house or not. To your point, can we do the bare minimum? We absolutely do. Very few people recertify before they're required to. It's just in the year that they are. So I don't know if I'm answering that question quite correctly. There is a cost no matter what to training everybody that is going to expire in the year that they're up for training. So again, as an estimate, I want to say that we train 3 courses each year. But that's if we can find the consultant to come in and do the training. So I think, again, I know that this training that's happening right now is what I like to call just in time. I know we kind of had to scramble the earth to get the right people, like to get the consultant up here to do that training. But I don't believe we have anyone out of compliance, meaning we don't have anyone that is not got the training in the year that they need it. And we'll need to do that every year.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And as I'm listening, I'm thinking I'm inclined to support this, recognizing that we've all seen stats from our fire department, and now some of us have the wonderful new app. And we recognize that I'm going to say almost the majority of their calls are medical calls. So I think the more training we can provide, particularly to our volunteer firefighters in regards to first aid certification and whether there's any additional training that could be provided depending on the qualifications of the individual hired. I think the more of that we can provide to our firefighters, the better. And I think, with defibrillators in most of our facilities now, making sure that people are trained for those, and whether it's, and I should know this, if I take Bogner Hall, for example, is there one there? And if there is, are board members trained to use it? So I see opportunities for this individual to really assist the municipality. And as well as that, for us, for our volunteers at Meaford Hall, for example, I think just the more people that have first aid knowledge, the better. We are a community of seniors, and you just never know when that can come in handy. And if we can recover a little bit of revenue through perhaps ITFD or TBM or wherever we can reach out to, then I think this might be something to explore.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. Through you to the CAO. Not in the immediate past, but within 2 or 3 years ago, and I think Deputy Mayor touched on this, that we did have a young lady, I won't mention her name, but she works out of the fire hall, who was doing health and safety training. And I'm wondering why that, I'm not aware if that has continued. It seemed to be effective back a few years ago. I can't, when I see health, to me, this is two different items. The title is health and safety. To me, health today in our workforce, our municipal workforce, refers to mental health, depression, personal health. And to have a health and safety training officer, without taking that type of health into consideration. I don't agree with that. I think I don't think we can separate this. So, I don't support, going ahead with this, without the second half of the component being involved.
Do you want to speak to that?
I think you're right. Mental health is considered part of health and safety legislatively speaking as well. I'm not too sure what component we've separated out, to be honest with you. Maybe clarify that a little bit for me, because I don't know that I understand that part. I do believe it's not spelled out, if you will. Maybe that's the omission that you're looking for to complete. You want to include mental health and safety. Did I catch that right, Harley? Sorry.
Thanks for that. We have other council members who want to get in.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very good points everybody's brought up. I can't go ahead with this without knowing what we spent on the consultation services. I feel like we should have had that information already available, knowing that we're obviously going to ask that question. So that's a very important part. Also, Kim, you had noted that there are only a few of these individuals out there for contracting. So does that mean that we would have a hard time filling that position with a qualified individual? And also, is this hire included in this sort of the 7 that was the additional, or is this number 8 now?
This is number 8.
If I can just interrupt.
Yep. Sorry.
How can we just keep adding people on? Like, I was under the impression it was 7 and now it's 8 and it's probably going to be 9. Like, I just don't like these surprises. There's all these new hires that I'm just not aware of because I keep getting new numbers every time we sit down. So it's very confusing on my end to know exactly how many staff you really want. Can I get an answer on that? Like, overall, like, are there all the documents that are available and everything we're going to see? How many new staff are you proposing that we hire?
So that's where, depending on what your decisions are of what the services you'd like. So if you would like this service to be an in-house, we would then count this as a number to add. But we won't know until the end of the day. So I think the important part is to look at this as your prioritizing. Is this something that you'd like to see as an in-house versus our consultant costs? And certainly you're right. I do think knowing our historicals on this will be helpful. I think we also had a slight difference before COVID versus after on this particular cost. So I think, the 3 to 5 years that you've asked for is really relevant in this space. In regards to adding, absolutely, every slide that you're seeing is an ad. So we won't know what the version 2 number will look like until we get through today. So I appreciate you just, again, continuing to go through with us so that we know if what you guys would like to prioritize, and then we'll be able to come back.
Follow up?
Just a quick follow-up. Thank you. So out of all the items that are on all of these slides, how many proposed hires are in all of these slides altogether? And I also need to get the number on the contracting services numbers for this health and safety, because I can't approve this without having the cost comparator.
And just as, I guess, a point, the approval part, we're just voting this into being in your version 2, right? So there still will be a time where it comes back. And Justin's just working on the number for you so you can have we can say it out loud. And there's another part to your question. Oh, in all of the slides, I think there were 48 in total. And I want to say, yeah, I'll get Holly to go back and check with what's in the slides, but I do believe there's probably another 10 in the slides. So we proposed with volunteer services that there be a person with the senior planning person. We've proposed legislative services. There's one to come on a summer student for planning. So I want to say in and around, but we'll just get that number for you exactly.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councillor, Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. 2 or 3 CAOs ago, council had opportunity to ask a CAO back then about the training of personnel. And at that time, CAO basically said that, oh, of course, it's a top priority within the organization. And there were such things that were talked about as training on first aid requirements, and then we heard things like sending folks away on taking a course on safe chainsaw operation. And there was a time when folks were sent away for confined space training and all of those things that transpired. So my point is that this is something that it does occur, and I cannot support hiring someone to do this full time on our staff. And I know that this happens. We get women's training. That's a requirement when you have when you hire people. So this happens, and I don't see this as requiring a person on staff, so I can't support it.
I have a question, and just for clarification, the $65,577, I'm going on the assumption that that is salary and benefits. Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
So I want to tell you that on the night of Dragon's Den, I met Tanya Vesely, who is an advanced care paramedic, and she made me aware that she would love to do some work for us. And so I think there are people that are, I don't think they have to come from Toronto necessarily. And especially if there are people in the municipality that could help us, then I think, you know, we probably, she's got many customers, but I'm sure she would consider us her most important customer. And I don't think we would spend this kind of money utilizing her services over a period of time. So for that reason, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of, I guess I better read the direction again, that $65,577 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a health and safety training program for the municipality. All in favor? Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't see your hands.
Sorry, Your Worship. Kim, I just want to come back to your first comments on this particular ask. So what we're reading here basically is that this individual would only do training, but you mentioned that there might be some other roles, like health and safety is super important to any organization. So I don't know where we are with our manual, for example. Does that need updating? Is this something that this individual would work on? What other responsibilities might the person have besides offering first aid classes?
Yeah, it is beyond, like you say, the first aid classes. It's also fire prevention, a component of education with that. Now, again, we've got staff working on that to date. This would be to help supplement that. But as far as the actual like manuals and things, I believe they actually are up to date. Yeah, so maybe I'll let you just speak to the things that have been completed.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we have been working on updating that manual. And we are in a very good position. We are completely compliant legislatively, but we need to stay that way. And to do that, there hasn't been a huge focus on health and safety. I mean, we have our basics that we do, but this is to become more a part of an excellence program so that we're leaders of the health and safety program. But it is something that we are currently working on, and that is that does fall within the coordinator's position. So it is being completed.
Councillor Gehrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is going to be out of order because you asked for comments at the start, and I'm going to make a little comment about this in general, because what I find interesting here is, and I'm going to say this a bit of in defense of what we're doing. When we, and again, many people around the horseshoe have been here longer than myself or Mr. Forder. When we went through the initial strategic priorities exercise, it was great to have the wish list. It was great to say, yeah, we want to do all these great things. We never really discussed at that point, or in year 2 of my being here, anything about the actual costs associated with doing those things. This is exactly doing that. this to me is an extremely valuable exercise. And in terms of this potentially adding more staff, that's exactly what council is doing. We're looking at the numbers and going, no, we can't afford that. We'd love to do that strategic priority, but we can't do it because it adds X and we can't really afford that. That's a big leap from where we were 2 years ago and just saying, yeah, we want to do all these great strategic priorities, go get them. So I think in a little bit of defense of this, because there's been a lot of consternation about this. I still have some problems with the core part of it because there's some things in there I thought should have been in, but this to me is a valuable exercise. And I think regardless of what the number of employees works out to being, that's not being thrust on staff and saying validate it to us later. We're making those decisions in real time. And I think that's a very valuable input from us and the process. So.
Are you ready to vote on this? Did you watch to say something more? Okay, all right. Again, I think I already read it. Everyone in favor of this, hands up. And that's defeated, but thank you. The next one. Yes, this one is that $64,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of enhancing communications campaigns for the municipality. This is, well, I'll let people, anyone has a question or a comment, I'll let you start, Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, under the potential thought of redundancy, I think what we've already done is we've already added, by adding Holly, who I think is doing a great job of communications, and who has already upped our game in that regard. This sounds to me like I would need a little validation as to why this is here and what that's going to add and beyond above what's already kind of been put in place. Because yes, and I realize we can always do better. We always want to do better, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a cost initiative. So I think Holly does a great job and hopefully we'll continue to expand that service. But what does this entail?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's a great way to kind of set it up, if you will, because what we've noticed is, I'll use an example, and I've just asked Holly too, when we bring the radio station in for a day, we do see a better turnout. When we do advertise in the local newspaper, we do see a better turnout. Those costs, depending on, again, how many we want to run, are anywhere from $1,000 for the 1 week ad, or I want to say it was about $1,000 to have the radio station there for our community connects. So again, we do see the engagement get better. So in going back to even Tony's initial comments, communication, we see the value in it. We know we want to bring more. Doing advertisement in different magazines, it's been really advantageous to our economic development, right? Like supporting different events. I think in those bigger publications have been really useful. They're about $8,000 a go. So this would be to do additional campaigns in those bigger markets, to those other places, in those, I'll say those, really effective. They are effective. It is just also expensive. But we have, and again, just to say, we've had a lot more people going to our website, looking at us on Instagram. Holly, like you say, and Delaney have brought a lot of awareness to our existing programs already through those regular channels, I'll call them, without having to go to the additional expense. So I just, to that point, the core still, if you will, continues. We're doing great things. But I can't remember the business view where we did an advertisement, a spread. I feel like that was in and around, $1,000. So not terrible. The prints, the prints, to get all those magazines printed so that we can hand those out. Again, we did them in-house so that we could keep the cost down. Not quite as, glossy, but we were able to do it at a more reasonable rate of, say, $500 versus out of it, like I think it was quite a bit more. Actually, I think it was in the thousands if we had gone with their glossies to print. So in the core, if you will, has all of that in-house. We can make our own copies. We can continue our, what you're seeing right now. But if we wanted to do big, like, you know, I don't want to mention all the magazines, but some of those bigger magazines, and have more days where we're incorporating, you know, the radio station to promote, the local paper to promote. It's just, those are some of the additional costs. We have some incurred already, but yeah, Holly just gave me, we were looking at in this number, it was gonna also include 8 days of the radio to do interviews with you and, you know, with some of the leads for the departments. So some of those kinds of pieces, and those, like I say, kind of full page ads are around $1,000 as well. So just, this was kind of taking it to that next level. But again, that's why we need to kind of, you know, either temper our expectations or realize, you know, what's in the today budget versus, you know, some of the additional enhancements, we'll call them.
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. I think every time we see the word communications, it gets our attention because everything is about communication. And we've talked about this with our new communication strategy and so on and so forth. But I think this would be a nice to have. Maybe we look at it again next year. And I think we also have to recognize that if we're going to really increase our campaign, maybe we need to look at a branding exercise and understand sort of who our target market is and really define the approach. So I think this is a not this year thing. And I think, you know, we can also appreciate the other groups that are here promoting Meaford. I mean, we saw the video from Skydev, which is fantastic. We've seen the Bay Bounds. I mean, they're all doing a superb job of promoting Meaford, even though they're promoting their own projects. I mean, they're still promoting Meaford overall. So I think if we gather all of that together, that the word is out there. And I'd like to see this come back because I recognize the importance of communications. But I think if there's other things that we've said no to that, you know, we're maybe a bit more critical than this one. So I have to say no.
Other speakers? What I would like to contribute is that nobody understands the value of marketing more than I do. I spent my entire life in that field, and it's extremely important. The person who would benefit the most from this is absent today, but Eric probably needs this budget pretty badly because I think it is economic development is what it really is. But the good news is we have new young talent on staff in communications, so I think we need to you know, take full advantage of that. We should probably, if anything needs an investment like this, it's our website, which is god awful, to be able to really reach our audiences more successfully. So anyway, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of bringing this back next year? So I think that this is another one we'll come back to, you know, in future. So the next is the downtown public realm. And the recommendation is that $60,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of providing resources to implement an urban design project for the downtown core of the municipality. This, I'll just start by saying this is one of our key priorities for this council. But I could probably live with bringing it back next year because I think there's lots of thinking to be done before we launch into it. And Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And this was a priority. You're absolutely right. And it's one that we'd all love to see happen. But $60,000, I assume, would go to a consultant. And I think we've got some really wise and creative folks in our municipality who would probably love to offer their expertise to assist us in creating a plan for our downtown blocks, inclusive of, you know, trees, vegetation, and beautification. So I think we could perhaps see if the chair of our Growing Our Economy Committee was interested in having a look at this, and perhaps we could engage a group to provide some thoughts. I just think there's other ways of doing this. So for me, it's a no.
Councillor Yuri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I agree. This is something that, yeah, on high on my wish list. But obviously circumstances being what they are, I would look to go inward as well. I think I agree with you 100%. I think we have many interested, motivated partners in the community who would be willing to kind of look at this. And I think from your point of the growing our economy, I think that's a vehicle that we can use to hopefully tap into that resource area and hopefully kind of grow it organically through that platform, at least for this year.
So maybe you'll get it onto an agenda for one of your committee meetings?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that qualify as a vote? All in favor of spending $60,000 at this point in time for this project? That's defeated. So keep going. The Recreation Fund. The recommendation is that $55,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing funds for the Recreation Fund for the municipality. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. There is a motion in place to review the Recreation Fund, so I don't know if staff have had a chance to consider that or when we might see that, but I'm inclined to suggest that we need to see those recommendations first before we make a decision on this today.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Deputy Mayor. I'm certainly not against your suggestion. Likely when we get into this further, I was considering suggesting that we go back to the $30,000. I think this fund is needed. It's unfortunate, but it is needed, and I think we can argue that it's needed more now than ever. But again, I'm wondering if there's some way we can provide some help, but not necessarily $55,000.
Deputy Mayor. Oh,
Sorry, Your Worship. I just wondered if I could clarify. I didn't mean my comments to be interpreted as I didn't want to support the fund. I'm thinking we may even have to increase this amount to meet the need, recognizing where we were this year. So I would just like to see those recommendations.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. This is a derivative of money that was spent by the municipality. Most of it was own sound. Own sound charges extra for recreational use in their city. They would bill us. We would pay the difference for everybody, whether you were a doctor's child or a lawyer's child, we were paying the difference. So we tried to make it so that this was for people in lower incomes. I agree with it. I don't agree with 10%. Families are required to pay 10% of the cost and we pay the rest. I think if they want to be in the game, they should pay 50% and we pay 50% of the eligible cost for the eligible people. And having said that, that could remain at 30% if we change to 10%. I don't think 10% is enough for somebody to be in the game. That's my opinion.
Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Bartley? I'm just not sure that I fully understand you.
May I just add a little bit of context too
Yeah.
from, as you were saying, Shirley, we took away, because there was this initial $30,000 and then almost very soon into the program opening, we were realizing that the dollars were being, kind of utilized very quickly. We didn't have some of those measures in place on the program, so there wasn't necessarily a look and lens at would it be shared. We also offered it, as you say, Steve, to anyone. There was a little bit of, I think, an original thought that it would be for Meaford recreation. So that might be already in some of our public spaces. So I know that the report is to come, where we're looking at, would there be a different cost for folks at a certain income level to use the municipality public programs? And then also to your point, Steve, that if they're using a program outside of the municipality, that it might look different. So we're looking at almost like a two-tier, if you will, or two-phased type of approach of what programs they're using. Because we believe that we could, subsidize or offer more of a recreation fund if it was also in our own buildings versus a cash out type of scenario. So to that point, there is some changes. However, just knowing a rough amount that you would be comfortable with. And so if this dollar figure, if you could even just kind of share a little bit of how you feel about the dollar amount at this time, that would also help us steer so that we could determine, are we really looking at having it continue open for everyone, or are we looking at having a very more narrow focus with, kind of, I'll say, really supporting those people that are more in need funding wise. So just if I could get your thoughts on those specifics, it would just help us even steer us a little bit more too for what kind of program this will be in the end.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I really support this recreation fund. I do agree that we do need to review it because things have changed over the last couple of years. Demand has gone through the roof, just like it has at the food bank. When we look at this though, and you talk to those that volunteer at the food bank and how important it is for children to have recreation programming that wouldn't otherwise be able to afford it without assistance from this fund. That is the municipality investing directly in people in the community that need the support the most. And I'm 100% behind that. In terms of the amount or the eligibility criteria, I think that needs to be reviewed so we can clean this fund up. But for those that don't understand the real impact that this funding actually has, go talk to the volunteers at the food bank, and they talk to the families who they can, because of this fund, they can actually send their little girl to dance class or the little boy to sports. It is extremely impactful, and I think we have an obligation to support our residents. But of course, a thorough review would be very important. So in terms of the dollar amount, I'm happy approving as it is for now, under the condition that it will be reviewed and we'll be able to finalize it and have a nice polished recreation fund going forward. Thank you.
And I also hear you about right now, or the current, it was open to all residents. So I think that was the feedback that we also heard last time we talked about this, is just that we'd want to have a criteria around the necessity for support. So I think that is part of the, one of the options coming forward to you, is whether or not we look at the economic status, or the monetary or the family income, that type of thing for folks, so that you're right, that we're helping folks that need it the most, and we're directing our dollars in that direction too. So, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you very much for those comments.
I'm just going to say, I think that's one of the reasons why we partnered with the outreach organization, because we don't really have the resources to be doing means tests with ratepayers, so I think I'm going to start with Councillor Urick and then Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree 100%, Brandon. I think the value of that for particularly in need. And I think if we're going to say that, to your point, that was a little bit of, yeah, we think that's going to go to that. My basis would be, I would support this on the basis that it would definitely be defined as for an in need family purpose. So just want to clarify that before voting.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Now, for Own Sound to charge extra for the recreation, I have no intentions of paying 90% of what Own Sound charges. The difference between what Own Sound charges an Own Sound resident or a Meaford resident is a surcharge. I would pay a portion of that surcharge, not 90% of the whole cost of that service. So it's a two-tiered thing. I believe we should pay part of and or all of the surcharge to Own Sound, but I'm no interest in paying the total cost of recreation facilities in the town. Having said that, I still agree that 10% may be too light. If we raise that up a little bit, it lets it go through. I don't care where the figure falls, 30,000, 50,000. It needs to happen. I'm all for it. But it needs to be rewritten. So we could approve 50 or 55,000 today and then look at it. But that 10% needs to change, and we shouldn't pay 90% of the fees to own sound.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in my background, I coached soccer for many years. And this is one of the things that you can't put a dollar figure if you change the life of one child. We just don't know. And to get young people today off of the computer screen, doing something physically to change, my heart is for getting those young people engaged. They meet other friends, they do other things socially. It's a major change. I liked what you said, Councillor Forder, about doing this, and it's important. And I like what you're saying about re-looking at this. I would suggest to my fellow councillors that at the end of the day, if we can ask the clerk on this one to bring it back at the end of the day where we are and the points that you have made, Councillor Bartley, could we do it then? Because I am in support of youth and I am in support of this. And Mr. Mayor, you even had some informal contact with the Lieutenant Colonel. There's an opening possibly for an athletic field. So, I mean, maybe we are going to get our young people out and doing something. So can we do that? Bring it back at the end of the day where we're sitting, and then we can revitalize, or do we need to do right here, right now? Because I'm inclined to do some of this 55, but not all of it. So could we just bring it back at the end of the day when we know where we are?
Let's ask the clerk for her view.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So today we are following the same format that we followed on Friday. So we're moving through and council is informally voting so that I'm crafting the final motion. And at the end of the day, we will revisit all of these decisions. So at that time, we will see everything.
Okay.
Well, I think what you're saying is call the vote.
Yes, for the purposes of this exercise, I'm crafting that final motion with the decisions. So if for now we're going to put in the 55,000, we will see it again at the end of the day.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And just for clarity, this figure was in the cost for 2024. So putting it back in, it shouldn't affect it. But let's go up to the one above it, communication, 64,000 we took out. That does not lower the increase that's at 19%. It doesn't change that right now. If we added it in, it would increase it. We take it out, it doesn't reduce it because it's not in there. Just, I want you to be clear, we're taking these all out. That's not affecting the proposed tax increase.
Which doesn't make it any more comfortable, does it? Yep, I appreciate it.
Clarity, some council and even myself, I'm asking for clarity. We take something out, it's not affecting the bottom line.
Councillor Greenfield, thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor Bartley, we 100% with what you're saying. You did mention Own Sound. We do have other neighbors, Blue Mountains that offer Great Highlands, the arena at Rockland, for instance. So we have to take all of our neighbors into consideration when we're dealing with.
Okay, have we voted? I don't think we did. Go ahead, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. On this one, I would vote it in at this time and we can revisit all of these. But at the end of the day or tomorrow or Wednesday or next June.
It's kind of a sobering thought to realize everything we do this morning is to hold our finger in the dike. Because we're not saving a penny here. We're just keeping the water from getting in our face. Okay, I'll call the vote, and it is that 55,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing funds for the recreation fund for the municipality. All in favor? And that's carried. I think 1, 2, yes. Next one is maybe I'm going to speak. Yes, healthcare and housing coordinator. That $50,598 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a local healthcare and housing program for the municipality. Any comments on this or questions, suggestions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start on this one. I think both of these issues are critically important, healthcare and housing. I mean, those impact absolutely everyone. And I think, you know, as we are aware, this is supposed to be a provincial responsibility, but you know, if we want to advance doctor recruitment and affordable housing in Meaford, we have to take on that role ourselves. So I would really love to support this, but it is, to Councillor Bartley's point, another $51,000. And can we afford it? So my question is, if we don't support this investment, how much of this work do staff have time to do within their already very busy schedules? Because I think it's super important that we continue to focus on recruitment and affordable housing. And we also recognize that we are, I'm not going to say one of the very few, I think we're the only local community who doesn't have an affordable housing task force. And is that something we should be looking at in bringing in volunteers who are engaged and knowledgeable in that area, and allowing them to advance the work on affordable housing?
I'll just also add in, this is a consultant, as you say, because it's also a place that we've seen not just our neighbors, but around the entire province, and actually some of the other provinces as well. So the reason I wanted to just pause on the idea of bringing a consultant is because this isn't a space that municipalities have been in a lot of expertise, and they haven't necessarily hired for before. And the cost that are the budgets that some of the municipalities are putting aside for doctor recruitment or for attracting more affordable housing, it's an expensive venture. I've seen in budgets anywhere from $100,000 extra to up over $500,000. My point being is, this is still $50,000, and it is a lot, but the investment in researching into this and using a very, I'll say, strategic approach to how to get into getting doctors may be well worth our money. In other words, if we, you know, let's say just go with the recruitment for doctors, there's a lot of companies out there, and, you know, we could buy ourselves into one of those companies. We can also, you know, I can go out and I can meet with university students and see if they're interested and attract them up to Meaford. All of these are potential, right? We can meet with doctors and I can get their, you know, networks and those kinds of things. As you say, it's about time spent, resources, and the total cost of at the end. So again, anywhere from $200,000 to $500,000 for the doctor side is what kind of I'm seeing around different municipalities. On the housing side, again, it comes back to, I think there's a lot of myth busting. I'm also really interested in learning more about our development charges and some varieties of how that might impact or not impact. Also going out and having conversations with different developers of how we can change our housing, even with some of the construction. Some of that's local, but some of it would also be out. So I think why we could, if you will, jump further ahead by working with somebody already in this space that is doing that analysis for other municipalities and help us target where we spend our money. Again, might be well worth our time and this initial money to kind of, if you will, get us a good solution that presents the options. This doesn't, like I say, just to be clear, it doesn't bias the doctor. It doesn't change our role in housing right now. It's just to advise us how best to do that so that when we do spend the money or do apply any new policies in planning or building or any of these areas, that we're doing it with someone who's done it before, lots of expertise, and potentially can really guide us in it, like I say, in a faster route to getting to the solutions.
Deputy Mayor?
As a follow-up, thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate your comments, Kim, and I think of the Southern Georgia Bay Institute and in the incredible work that the social finance arm of that has completed with Liz Buckton spearheading a toolkit. I mean, you'd have to go to the website, but there's a tremendous amount of information there that really has already been done in reflection of the comments that you just made for us. So I think we need to engage more closely with them. I have talked to them about coming to do a deputation to us or a presentation, and that date not set, but I think we'll be blown away when we find out the incredible levels of work that have been accomplished already on that side of thing with the housing. And if we come back to the healthcare, I think that's the critical piece that we need to focus on, is every community is begging for doctors. And, Collingwood has made an investment in this and they've been successful, as have many other communities. Communities have put $100,000 into their budgets for doctor recruitment. So if we're going to do anything at all, I'd put this money into a bucket for recruitment of a doctor. But I'm not sure that's going to fly today, but I think we need to continue to have these conversations because I think we're behind many other communities in this regard. And both of these areas are just, as I've said, so critically important to our residents. So I think we need to take some time internally and really establish what our priority is going to be in relation to this and engage the resources that we can that are in our immediate area and figure out where best to make this investment. But I will say no to this today until we have that better understanding.
I think both hands were up over here, so Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Deputy Mayor, for that suggestion. When you put healthcare into the component, it has a different impact, a more important impact. As far as housing, I don't think there's anyone here at the table who is more concerned about in the lack of income-based housing than I am. Unfortunately, the federal government, the provincial government have been reluctant to jump into this in any major manner. The builders, the contractors, I don't know how many times I've heard, hey, don't talk to us. We can't do this. We can't build affordable housing. I mean, they have to have their income too. But I want to ask the deputy mayor and the mayor, a number of these items, I think Grey County is already working on, and is there room for more activity from our municipality to work through Grey to enhance this?
Go back to the deputy mayor.
Your worship, thank you. And you're absolutely right, Councillor Greenfield. Liz Buckton is working on policies. She's already done a surplus lands report. And we've had not just an affordable housing report, but we've had an updated report recently. That information is all on the county website. So again, I would encourage everyone to review that. And we could and should invite Liz to come and speak to us and to share her learnings, because she's got a lot of really specific data that has been presented at Southern Georgia May Institute events that have been held here at Meaford Hall and so on, but that data is on the website. But I think it would be really helpful to have her come and to have, representatives from the Institute to come and to share their work, because this dedicated group has been on this for like 4 years now, and they are way down the road with it. So I think that's a good place to start on the housing side.
And Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo Deputy Mayor's comments. Many of us at the table have already kind of attended some of the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay's functions. They're very on point and they are very innovative. Shirley and I sit on the Social Finance and Housing Committee locally. But I do like your idea of a task force. As you said, we're one of the few municipalities that really aren't doing that. Partnering with like the Hospital Foundation, various agencies that might help us in that regard, I think would go a long way. As you point out, Liz Buckton is already kind of very principled in this regard. And I'm just wondering, to Harley's point, when the county's involved and when we sit at those tables, particularly social finance and housing, tends to be more public sector, interested parties. When you get into the weeds of the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay, then we get more participation from municipal staff and counselors. Just wondering, as opposed to putting this money into a separate bucket that we're kind of tackling this by ourselves. I know it would be in concert with those, but it would be, to me, I see more value in either the task force or literally having a staff member participating in these bodies that already exist rather than recreating the wheel. So rather than going out and getting somebody else, do we have the resources internally to be able to, because again, these groups are meeting, internal finance or social finance and housing is one, an hour and a half a month. Institute of Southern Georgian Bay are spread out. So unless this coordinator is going to be working on this full time, and I don't think we have the money to support that. But again, we need to be in the conversation with all the other bodies in gray that are already doing this. So that's where I would much rather see our efforts. And that's internal monies rather than throwing more money at another position to do it.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, very good points. I want to focus on the healthcare component. Vince Rogers' presentation the other day was very interesting when he was describing this physician that the hospital has. I can't remember his name, but with the reputation that he has.
Dr. Sasha.
Dr. Sasha, yes, thank you. And there are procedures named after this individual. What I gleaned from that is that the doctors are recruiting each other, and what makes that attractive is having the right facilities. So I think if we're going to be looking for doctor retention, we need to be putting our efforts into enhancing the facilities at the hospital, and working with the Hospital Foundation to do that. Because if we have doctors that have good reputations, they will recruit other doctors that are like-minded. So how that fits into this, I don't know. But what Vince had to say the other day really piqued my interest, because when you have the facility, if you build it, they will come. So I think we need to think about investing in the hospital itself through the Hospital Foundation. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and great conversation. Very important stuff. But it was mentioned that other municipalities are putting money into doctor recruitment. I went through every budget in the county. I didn't see any of that. Can I be furnished with the information what municipalities are putting what into doctor recruitment in the near future?
For your worship, Councillor Bartley, I'm not sure if I have that off the top of my head, and perhaps Kim knows because she's, Collingwood and Wasaga, I know. Do I recall the exact numbers? I'm going to say 100,000, but I think to Councillor Forder's points, sure, we've got a great hospital, and to see those specialists coming is fantastic. But if you're going to attract a young doctor with a huge amount of debt, they're going to be looking for incentives, and that's the competitive area. Because if we're offering nothing but a great lifestyle and a wonderful hospital, they're going to go where they can get that $100,000 to help pay off their loans. So I think if we're going to get serious about this, we have to recognize that it's going to cost. And I personally don't think it should be the taxpayer that, needs to fund doctor recruitment. But, I think there are other opportunities. To my way of thinking, I'd like to see developers contributing to this. They're bringing new people to our community. The stat is that for every 500 homes, if you assume 2 people in a home, that's 1,000 people, you need a doctor. So if these developers are bringing those people to our community, I know we had that discussion when we were doing DCs, but I think if we appeal to them to support us in doctor recruitment, that, that's where some of the funding should come from, because doctors are not coming if they're not incentivized, because they can go somewhere else and they can get financial support, and they're coming out of school with $400,000 worth of debt. And, we try to provide other supports to them, but, every community is doing the same thing. So it's just unbelievably competitive. And if we're going to get into that game, and we're desperate for doctors here, if we look at the number of orphan patients, we're, I don't know, probably around 3,000, probably more than that now. But in any event, I could go on all day about that, and I won't. But I do think we really need to get serious about a policy in-house about what we're going to do about doctor recruitment.
I'm going to call the vote here. I just want to remind you, it's $50,000 that buys you a policy. And most of our neighbors have policies. So I think we should read their policies and see if we can save this money. All in favor of this particular one, $50,598 to provide a local healthcare and housing policy for the municipality. All in favor? And that is defeated as well. The next one is the community improvement plan. And the recommendation is that $50,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing resources to a community improvement plan program for the municipality. I'd like to speak to this first. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And we ran into some issues with this earlier on in the year. We were going to rewrite this community improvement plan because I think it's way off base. Somebody could apply to about 10 different ways they could get money, and 80% of it didn't improve the community in any way, just help their bottom line. Has this been looked at? Have we got a new plan coming forward? And how much of the 50,000 do we use each and every year?
So, and again, Val, jump in here. We used 85,000 in 2024 because we also had some projects from 2023 from the reserves. So, what I think we're looking at is, it's working, if you will. People are finding it. They are using it. It is enhancing its intended purpose. I think to your point too, though, there are lots of options within it so that people can get a contribution of a grant and or a loan. So there again is a lot of flexibility. The reserves right now, Val, I think is sitting at 250,000 was my note. So just double check that maybe. In and around, yeah. So there is already a reserve set up. And I think the goal, if you will, would be to put $50,000 in the new asks for 2025. So that was kind of the pointed part of this, is that we were just looking to keep this program. Again, I think there does still need to be that revision. We need to bring it forward to council so that it's very clear what portions are grant versus loan. And then look at, kind of how is that continuing to stimulate the intention, which is to improve a lot of our downtown agriculture, those areas. So like I say, I think the focus here was that we would have $50,000 coming from the reserves that's already put away for the new 2025 project. So.
Go ahead.
this is coming out of reserve. This was in last year and the year before. This has always been in there.
I
Um,
think that's right.
And like I reiterate, and I'm sorry if I'm going down the wrong road, we put solar panels on a barn. That did not help the community improvement plan, in my mind. I don't think that's what we should be doing. We should have a community improvement plan. I'm under the impression, tell me if I'm wrong, it was for facades, mainly downtown or any business, farm, flower stand, restaurant in Rockford. That's what it was designed for, facades and make the community better. It's gone a long way from that, and I want to bring it back to that if I am correct. But this isn't coming out of reserve. Because if it's coming out of reserve, this is an ongoing cost of the municipality each and every year.
Every year we budget $50,000. Up until, and it used to be 70. And then it was put back to 50 because 20,000 the county stopped giving us. So my spreadsheet today looks like it's about 238,000 that we still have in the reserve. I haven't updated that in a little bit, but it should be fine. And yes, we did have several overlapping over the year end. No, the $50,000 is a budget item that's always been in there for, I would
Thank you.
say, 10 years.
Thank you for that correction.
I'll start with Councillor Greenfield and come back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm supportive of the community improvement plan. I do think the eligibility boxes need to be re-examined, and maybe, well, quite likely some changes need to be made. I just want to put in on behalf of the Accessibility Committee, we discussed the community improvement plan at our last meeting, and the Accessibility Committee was unanimous in suggesting that if indeed, especially concerning downtown storefront renovations, windows, doorways, especially lighting for doorways, that it seriously be considered that there's a component in there to not only include doors, windows, but entranceways, make them accessible, especially wheelchair accessible. And I'm really hoping that in the future, when businesses come wanting to renovate their front entranceway, that accessibility be a major component to grant or loan approval. We have people, not just in wheelchairs, but people who are, having problems. A 7 or 8 inch step can make a business absolutely forbidding for some people. So I just wanted to get that plug in, that let's keep it in mind when it comes to CIPs.
Okay, Deputy Mayor. And then,
Thank you, Worship, and I really appreciate the comments that have been brought forward so far, because I agree the CIP plan is important. And so a suggestion and a comment, or a question, I guess. Do we know when to expect this report back to council on a revised CIP plan and those recommendations?
I know it's already in draft, so, and I'm well aware that staff are already reaching out to other communities that do something similar, so to get kind of some options. But I don't believe it will be until, I think because we've already got quite a bit on the 9th, it will be in the new year. Oh, I know. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's possibly on the 9th. If not into the new year, just again, based on how many reports the 9th will have, because that'll also have the version, the next version of the budget as part of it as well.
That's perfect. So we'll see it then, and I'm going to suggest 238 in reserves. I mean, there's no real need to keep a reserve for CIP, so I suggest we pull the 50,000 from that reserve and make sure that this program stays alive and then adjust if we need to when we see the report.
Which would have it would, in other words, we would not be adding that to the levy. So just so everybody's clear on that, okay? Are you ready to vote then on that? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was exactly my suggestion. I was gonna say we had the 238, take it from there.
Okay. All right then, so that $50,000 be added to the, no, that $50,000 be taken from reserves for the purposes of providing resources for the community improvement plan for the municipality. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. This one we can just pass on because this is actually in our core budget where it, you know, has always been and rightfully belongs. Pardon?
You're correct.
That's already.
Yeah, assuming that you want to keep it, unless there's discussion that you want to provide some information, and certainly
Yeah,
happy to hear that.
The staff has taken it out of our budget. If we want it back
Yeah.
in, we have to vote on it, correct?
I understood that it was found to be in fact in the core budget. It
I
was
believe
actually.
it was a double count.
Yeah.
Okay.
So somebody's keeping track of things here. So the next one is improving wayfinding and event signage. The recommendation that $50,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of enhancing wayfinding and event signage for the municipality. Discussion on this one. Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is obviously me. Obviously, I've only asked for the event signage since October 23 or something. Didn't know it was gonna be and again, we never had a number defined to it as well, which is always very valuable. We're trying to find money, so I'm willing to forego it. Having said that, this still doesn't seem to me to be I can go out in the private sector and get 2 signs put up on the either side of town for less than $50,000. So I just want to make sure that this is an apt number, and whether it does involve much more wayfinding than just those 2 event signs as well. So like a little clarification before I jump ship.
Thank you for that. I'll just give a little bit of detail. Each sign is roughly about 15,000. So it was to do more than that. So we were going to also include signs around and, you know, to find the harbor. Like there was a number of locations that we also wanted to draw attention to. So to that point, the 50,000 was to do a number of signs at the either end. But if we wanted to just have them at either end, it would be $15,000 each. Also, while we're on the topic of signs, I haven't gotten a quote back from the airport specifically, but I have reached out to a number of companies just to find out, you know, in the size, the range of size, also for electronic. And I know this is going to be a sticker shock when I say the first part, but please listen to the other part too, which is the initial estimate for an outdoor sign, 10 by 20, so quite large. That's wrong, sorry, 10 by
4, maybe?
15. No, it's quite big because it's on the side of the highway, right? It's $100,000 Canadian installed. The only thing that wouldn't be included in that install is if they don't have electricity. It's also though, and this is why I started thinking, I talked myself down, is it's got a 10-year warranty on all parts and pieces, which it's also rated for anything from minus 40 to plus 40. So it's got again, these kinds of things, the last thing you want to do is put an investment in and then have them break shortly thereafter. Just to give you a sense of the cost of signs in general, as perspective. Again, there'll be still more information coming about the airport specifically, because I do need to talk to them again about the size of the sign, the amount of light that is like off of the sign because it's at the end of the runway as well. So there's some parameters and things like that we'd have to explore. But just as a sense of cost for signs, yeah, they're about $15,000 for the regular, if you will, type of sign. And certainly I think, for the two at the ends, that's basically the rough estimate of what we'd be looking at.
Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally appreciate, MCF helped pay for the sign that's at Meaford Hall. Costs for electronic signs are high, not denying that 1 second. The $15,000 for the other signs, I work with a sign company in Blue Mountains, and you just still find that rather odd that it's that much, because I find that it always bothers me that as soon as the municipality gets involved, how costs that tend to seem to all of a sudden be much more escalated. And it seems like we're licensed to print money for contractors. Which brings me to the point of, would there be an appetite for the municipality to designate a space and we utilize partnership with a local NFP to put the signs up? Because I could guarantee you we could get it for a lot less than $15,000 a sign.
I think maybe to your point is the installation and what it would take to so I think the overall cost for supplies and materials, again, expecting that they'd be fixed with wood, right? Like the heavy posts and things like that. So I think working with any of the nonprofits is a great opportunity for collaboration in general, that type of thing. But I think there's still some hard costs that we couldn't kind of move away from. So that's what that 15 is established around. So I think the labor component isn't our biggest cost in the whole perspective of the signs, just as a point of reference.
Right. So talking with Collingwood, once again, where I see the principal cost on this is literally the management, the scheduling of it throughout the year, because that's going to have to be done just to make sure that that's being done. Truly, for an NFP to pay for the sign, to install the sign, it's going to be less than $15,000. And they're the ones that are going to actually pay for the posters that go on the thing. So that's not a municipal cost. So the laborious part, or the cost part to me on this, comes back to the scheduling aspect. So I'm still finding it difficult to accept the $15,000 a sign just to get them up, and let alone the ongoing print costs are going to be on whoever uses it.
I think I understand, or am I understanding the concept that you're proposing is that it would be run by the not-for-profits, or still with the municipality, as you say, because you're right, there's like the apple harvest, right? We know that every year it would be one of the parts on the sign. We'd have that pre-made and it goes on.
Correct.
So I think it wouldn't include more spontaneous events. It would only include those that were maybe annual in nature, or like you say. So that administration portion, we were anticipating would be work like with the economic development, small, medium-sized, business liaison, as well as probably a touch into the customer service, because somebody could come in and say, hey, we've got an event. And again, this is potentially we look at, and maybe you were suggesting as well, we could say, well, your plaque, your portion costs X, and they would then pay for their own piece. That could reduce our costs, so that we just have the backdrop, if you will, and they bring their dollars for each event that they want to advertise for. That was something that we were looking at funding, kind of the cost of those things, but maybe we could transfer that cost over.
I would defer this then, because somebody really needs to talk to Collingwood. I talked to Collingwood extensively on this.
Yep.
They actually work with a printer.
Mm-hmm.
The printer works directly with the organizations that want to put the posters on. So there's no cost borne on the municipality other than literally an employee going out and changing the sign. And so that basically negates a lot of that cost. The cost is, like I said, scheduling it through the year, just so somebody, probably either the events coordinator that we had contracted or the business liaison, would literally say, yeah, so in January, here's what the posters that are up. That's basically what it comes down to. And again, coming back to the actual cost of the actual signs, they're much less than $15,000. So I'm just saying that there's a way we can do this without spending $50,000. But I just need to be comfortable that staff has the resources and ability just to schedule it throughout the year and make sure that the signs can be put out. We're already spending how much money to change the banners on the light poles, which costs a heck of a lot more, or what we used to do with the crossroad banners. This is literally changing probably monthly, 2 signs on a board on the road. If that's costing more than a couple of hours, then we're doing something really wrong.
Again, I don't think it's the hours as much as it's the supplies and materials for the first.
Right, which we shouldn't be paying for.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. As I'm listening to this discussion, it dawned on me, might know of a sponsor. So we'll take this offline if you're comfortable with that, Councillor Urick, and Kim is nodding. She knows who I'm talking about. We might be able to solve this and get those event signs that I know are very important to you, and I think they are as well. So if you can just allow us to have a conversation, maybe we can make something happen.
So how do you propose we handle this?
I was going to say, and I think the further direction would be to look to private funding or corporate sponsorship, or, like you say, not-for-profits to fund the initial boards. And then we would take on the responsibilities to do the coordination and the actual, putting it out, the labor portion.
So basically, we don't really need to vote on this. It's another one that
I think it would be good to vote on, just.
Okay. Okay, then.
I can read it to you, Mr. Mayor. That $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of enhancing wayfinding and event signage for the municipality, and to look to private funding or corporate sponsorship to fund the initial investment.
Excellent. Like more motions like that. All in favor of that? That is carried. Thank you very much. Next item is the Wellbeing Annual Bursary Program. And the motion is that $45,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing funding to the local organizations noted in Resolution 2023-20-01 as adopted by Council of the Municipality of Meaford. Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship, and I'm just going to ask for clarification, because my understanding was when we made this commitment, it was for the whole term. So I think we have to continue this, yes.
So does that mean we're adding a 0.25% to the bottom line on this? Okay. Yes.
So again, I'm just curious, because we had already signed, why it wasn't in the core services, because we had already signed it for 4 years when we started. So just wondering why it wasn't there in the first place.
It was just there to, again, like you say, the resolution is already noted. We have already, it was kind of similar to OPP, just bringing back up that we have this commitment. And again, I think for the public to also see, in case they missed it last year or the year before when it was voted, that we do continue to do this, and we are reaffirming this is something we want to continue to do. And all of these organizations really do. I know they're small pieces, but they really do rely on it for their regular business, if you will, throughout the year. So it is really important. It's not because it isn't important. I think it's just important to bring light onto the subject.
I think there'd be some merit in reviewing. There's 22 organizations here, and all at different rates. There might be some merit in reviewing and affirming that all of these are active and that this is the appropriate dollar amount at this time, or?
Actually, one of the things that we were thinking about having is to invite them back to, kind of do a 5-minute, just to say exactly that, how it's been used in the past and what they're intending to use in the future. Because I think, again, just giving more visibility to these organizations, because they are on the smaller side, but that even, small dollars go a long way in our community.
So I guess it's neither here nor there, getting it back into the core budget.
It'll be in version 2. It sounds like you guys are looking to vote this in, and it'll be in version 2.
Sorry, Councillor Bell. I need a big arm. You've got a big arm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is the right time for myself to talk about this. For the last 3 years, we haven't had a single dollar put towards the Grey County Farm Safety. It's not on the list. There's been various reasons why it was declined to be supported. And if this municipality does not wish to support the agricultural, in particular Grey County Farm Safety, I want to suggest to my fellow councillors that I withdraw from it, as there's very little use in me going if there's no support. I don't know how you feel about that comment, but they have a very, very tight, extremely tight budget. And just from a logistics point of view, with the secretary and his wife doing a lot of work promoting it, I think that a decision could be made that we add the name if it's your desire. And if it is not your desire, I don't need to go down to Markdale. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I want to thank you, Councillor Bell, for bringing that forward, because I've been down there a few times, but just often enough to recognize the great work that is accomplished by the Farm Safety Committee. And I think, would I be right in saying Meaford's the only member that's not supported financially this past year? So I would suggest, and I will look to you for advisement, would $500 be a reasonable amount for Meaford to contribute at this point? And you maintain your seat at that table, because I hope everybody knows that this group is really dedicated, and they really care about safety on our farms, and kids especially, and the education that they work to provide through the fall fairs is really valuable. So if that would give you more comfort sitting at that table, Councillor Bell, I'd suggest a discussion around $500 to farm safety.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think at the end of our bursary program, this was brought up and we found some money and did that, did we not?
No, it's too late.
I don't think that you actually did a resolution to that effect. What I'm doing is checking to see if there is, in that 45, if there's some room to give farm safety some money.
What had transpired, fellow councillors, is through the bursary program, organizations are to fill in the request, and they're to put it in a timely manner, and it's to be received either on the intake first go around or the second go around. And just what is happening with logistically at Grey County Farm Safety is they never did that. 3 years. You just don't have the person. And I was looking at the aspect that when we had monies aside for the 150th of the town of Meaford, and then you, Madam Deputy Mayor, you came and requested more, you got more, that just as a directive of council, that monies can be allocated. $500 that you suggested, Madam Deputy Mayor, is right on the mark if we had been consistent. We haven't, so literally we're missing 1,500 from years past. And I don't know, I'll listen to what you think on this. But even to just, as it were, pick up the slack. And I see what other organizations get, but I will say this, $500 would be welcome compared to $0, which we have been not getting.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, your worship. I agree with Councillor Bell. We were talking just recently about health and safety training, and that is one thing that the farm safety, and that's their main component, and they really try to get the safe way of farming forward. It's not just farming, it's anybody who cuts their lawn or does a bit of gardening or a bit of carpentry work around home. It's a major component, and they're a group who needs our help. They're obvious at our farm, our fall fairs, and yeah, they're $500. I have no doubt we get our money's worth out of that.
I'd like to just add, I'm sure I read recently, and this may not be totally accurate, but there are over 400 farm businesses in the municipality of Meaford. It is probably our single largest industry. And safety, as we all know, is a huge factor on the farm. It's a dangerous place to live and work, and or certainly can be. And I think dealing with, like, on that basis, I could certainly support a little increase in the levy, because it is such a significant part of our total community. And Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and Tony, I do support it. I don't think we should go back for previous years, but I think if Val can come up with $500 within, great. If not, we could add that to the 45 for years 2025 and 2026, and then go forward. If that's the motion you want brought forward, I bring that.
Is there a seconder for that? Okay, it looks like there's support for that. And so we should have a little vote inside this particular topic to approve that.
And we're just doing some quick numbers here just to see. It does sound like one of our number 22 didn't actually qualify in the end. And so there, to that point, we might be able to find it within the 45. So we'll start there first with that contribution. We just haven't had a conversation with them. So we'll just have to kind of close that book before we open the other part, but I do think it's in the realm of possible within the current 45.
Okay. And then all in favor of this motion? And that one is carried. Thank you very much. The next one is the long-term facility portfolio management. The motion is that $40,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing telecommunications infrastructure in the municipality. Would you like to speak to that, Councillor Urick?
Sure. I think that might have been a slightly different description read out loud than the one up on the screen. So
Yes.
I think you're maybe looking at the conduit. So maybe, is it slide 61?
I'm looking at slide 61, and actually it does not appear that the motion matches the chapter and verse.
Oh, that's
on
what it
this
is. Okay, I found it now.
I read that last
Apologies.
night, but I did not see
For
that.
implementation of the
So
long
what are we going to
term.
do with this? We need to change the motion.
That's correct, yeah. It would be,
I honestly feel that it would be a benefit to everybody in the, viewing audience in particular, if we actually read, because these are not long summaries, and then you'd understand. So I will,
perfect.
take the liberty of doing that. The municipality runs a wide variety of facilities for different activities, including offices, operations facilities, and recreational facilities. A number of these facilities are reaching end of life, have capacity issues, or are not able to supply the services that the community is looking for. It is important to consider municipality and the municipality's needs over the long term to ensure that the right investments are made in facility renovation, development, or replacement. This project will produce a plan that describes the future facility needs for the community and the municipality and considers financing requirements for the plan. And so that is, the motion is that $40,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing a long-term facility portfolio. There is something on telecommunications, but this isn't it. Okay, anyone want to speak to this? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I assume this is to hire a consultant to do this work?
Correct, yeah, this was originally part of a capital asset management strategy as well. So that will be coming to council on December 9th. We just got the consultant's report back on the overall non-core. It will show, and I think you guys have seen similar types of pieces like this before. We've also hired a consultant to do the building condition reports already. So that information is also past its draft and will be coming together. This next level will be what actually to do now, right? It'll be what parts should we move away from? Should we, what is the advantage of selling any of the facilities? Or to what degree can we be investing back into them to see fruition out the other end? So those reports will be on December 9th. I don't know about the building condition, but certainly the capital asset management non-core will be coming forward to council. So this was to continue that project that was strategic in the council's strategic priorities to go into that next phase. Again, just kind of highlighting, as Ross has read, just the arrangement of now what? Here's all your data. Here's all the conditions of things. Here's what the overall life expectancy if we do certain investments. So all of that information. And like I say, this is just to continue that project to do some recommendations about what are the right investments for these facilities. Are we going to do replacement, development, or renovation? And to put that light on things.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. And this portion is important. Not only important, it's imperative. But this isn't an ongoing cost. This is a one-time fee for a year, correct? It's not $40,000 a year from now on.
No, this would get us that next piece of the plan, if you will, so that we can see the future for all of our facilities in that long stretch. Again, it would be, I believe it's a 10-year horizon. I'd have to look at the project scope, but I think it's where to place the dollars in the next 10 years, or like I say, sell, that type of thing.
I thought this work was done, but if it's not, this is a one-time charge, should not hit the levy, should be paid for from reserves or some other portion going forward. If it was going to be 40,000 a year for the next 10 years, you have to put in the levy, but it's not. It's a one-time fee. It shouldn't go to the levy. It should come out of some other costing in the reserves or wherever.
Can I just ask, does that mean that it actually, the 0.22% of the impact on the levy comes off?
No, it will not come off, but it won't be added. If you add this, you're going to add 0.22 to your levy. If you pay for it out of reserves or some other place, then it doesn't add to the levy.
Well, that's my,
And if it was going to be an ongoing thing and you wanted it, I would put it in, but it's not. It's a one-time fee.
so then it doesn't impact the levy this time. It's coming out of reserves.
If my motion to take it out of reserves or somewhere else, it would not impact the
That's what I
levy.
wanted to know. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. And because we've just heard mention of reserves from Councillor Bartley, perhaps this is an appropriate time to open this discussion up. We've got some pretty serious numbers here that we're looking at. What is our ability to pull from reserves this year, and what beyond this item can we confidently and comfortably pull from reserves? What are we looking at, and when are we going to see some outline of a total number, I guess, that we can pull out of reserves to offset some of these expenses that we know we're probably somewhere over 20% now. We can't live with that. So what really is the story, Val, on reserves, and what can we pull, and what can that do to reduce the number we're looking at?
Depending on what it is that we're doing, like Steve's correct in saying this is a one-time cost, so that can come from reserves. And I would probably choose to take it from the facilities reserve. I think that's a review I would have to do to see which reserves I can use. And whether these are considered one-time costs or not.
And that'll be part of our December 9th meeting. We'll have that part. So like one of the options will be to present what things that we believe we can use the reserve. But, again, it would have to be with your support, and what things are, not eligible, as Val's mentioned, any operational ongoing costs can't kind of qualify. But the one time that those can. And so we'll be able to present that back to you. That's why this kind of like hearing that it's still an important project, hearing that you'd like to see change and movement in this through 2025, that gives us okay, let's keep it on the list. And where do we take it from? So we'll have you some options on that.
And I'm happy to hear that. And at that time, will we also see any other additional revenue sources that may be available to us, the investment income, the tax sale, et cetera, et cetera?
Tax sales don't actually generate any revenue. Sorry, through you, Mayor Kentner, to Shirley. All we do is collect the money that's outstanding on our accounts. We do not increase our revenue whatsoever on a tax sale. Investment income, I could tell you right now what the amount is so far to date in our account. Now, realizing that a lot of that investment incomes goes and gets allocated to the reserve balances that we have during the year. So that would be another discussion at that time if you'd like to have it. But I think we could do maybe a review on where our reserves stand, and then we could go from there.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just want to mention two items. We have received in the not too distant past a report on our facilities, and just the other thing I want to throw in is we've got very capable employees who are involved in the facilities every day, and I think they're quite capable of bringing forward concerns of conditions. I mean, we've got capital projects listed in our budget that we haven't got to yet, and I think they deserve some attention. But so there are improvements going on yearly, and I just don't agree with this.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and back to Shirley's comment. There are some things you can pay with the reserves and will not affect you next year. To pay any of the operation costs, you can't do. And this is only my personal opinion. We'll have to wait as time goes on. There's only one way to trim the budget down to an acceptable level, and that is to reduce the costs that this budget brings forward, both in capital and operations. I have some figures once we get there, but there's only one way of doing it in my mind.
So are we ready to vote on this one? Again, that $40,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing a long-term facility portfolio management plan.
Mr. Mayor, I have that $40,000 be used from reserves for the 2025 budget to enhance the long-term facility portfolio management program.
Okay, ready to vote on that? All in favor? It's carried. Next one is municipal housing affordability measures. And the motion is that $40,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a housing affordability program for the municipality. Discussion, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do think this is critically important, and we will hear from the work that has been accomplished at the county level and within the Southern Georgia Bay Institute as we spoke to. But I think if we're going to take that knowledge and then apply it to Meaford, it would be really important that we have this available to us. So to follow Councillor Bartley's suggestion, I will ask Val if there's anywhere to pull this from reserves, because I think we'll all be quite inspired and motivated when we hear those presentations, and we will want to move forward. So if we know that that this would be the next step, then we can maybe actually start doing something about attracting affordable housing to Meaford.
I think I should do exactly what we did with the last slide, and I missed that. But just to a little background, this project will identify actions that the municipality is legally able to take to support housing with options within Meaford, with a focus on increasing diversity and affordability. The project will include research into regulation options through the county and municipalities' official plans and zoning bylaws, a review of actions taken by other communities of our size. The aim is to provide council with enough information to increase their awareness of the possible options and actions that could be implemented. Questions or discussions? Are we adjusting the motion to take into account what the Deputy Mayor's suggested there? Do you want to read it if you wouldn't mind, Alex?
That $40,000 be used from reserves for the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a housing affordability program for the municipality.
All in favor? Okay, that did carry. The next one is 63, yes. This is paid economic development marketing for new programming. Example, the Meaford Athletic Association Recreational Sporting Club for residents. That $40,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of enhancing marketing for economic development for the municipality. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and as much as I'm obviously a pro for all the economic development we could possibly muster, I'm not sure I can validate under the present circumstances that we take the $40,000, so I would decline this at this moment.
All in favor of the motion? And it does not carry. Next item, enhanced user experience in planning and building via cloud permit. The need for acquiring a cloud permit software module for the planning department to streamline processes and enhance the experience for builders and developers in Meaford. And the recommendation is that $35,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing an enhanced user experience in planning and building services for the municipality. Discussion? Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that at this point, applications all go to cloud.
So in the building department, we run cloud permit, through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question. You're correct. Building permits, we go through cloud permit. It's been in here for about 2 years now. It's really effective because we get to see conversations on both sides, and we are recording those conversations
constantly and we maintain them. So if someone comes back to us later on and says what happened on this particular day or during an inspection, we can go back and flesh that out and get a really good answer for all involved. And in building cloud permit throughout the province has taken off and done exceptionally well in compressing some of the complaints that the building department wasn't visible or wasn't responding to people in a manner where we can now say that your permit came in on this date. We on the following date, we told you what the issues were with your application. We deemed it complete or incomplete. And then we kind of worked it through all the steps that that permit goes through to actually getting processed and to a final where we finally get to close the permit. We actually get to now issue people their deposits back and do that without doing paper and doing it online. And for the building industry, like building inspection, this type of software has been very revolutionary. It's taken it out of a lot of the guesswork out of it and moved things along. And it's still relatively in our space, been only here for 5 years and done a lot of good things. So you're correct in that the building department does use cloud permit. We still do it. It's funded through the permit fees. This ask is for planning. Planning was, this was approved in 2023. We didn't have the resources. And last year we didn't have the resources. Well, it wasn't in last year's budget, but it was in the 23 budget. And so that's why it's back here today.
The question I have is, how much faster will we be in terms of responding to, as a result of adding this?
I think the responses are going to be cleaner and we can see from the outside how those responses move forward. So it's, if you have two individuals talking, a third individual can actually see what that conversation looks like if it's all recorded in cloud permit, and we can manage those conversations going forward. So we have with this system, we'll have a much better understanding of where a project is at, especially in where we're dealing with multiple technical issues. And we get out of emails and people's personal computer or work computers and have those type of documentations where that, you struggle with somebody's away on vacation or have left for whatever reason and made commitments that you have no idea about because it's in their email bank. And this system doesn't allow that to happen because you make all your conversations through cloud permit. So you have an email, you still put it in cloud permit and it's expected to be logged in there.
May I just also add, it's a way to also see, and having had a tutorial through cloud permit for the building side. And then when I was at AMO, I saw the continuity between planning over to building, because of course that's the objective, right? They go from that stage to this stage. There's also, I'll say, like, as Bart mentioned, it's taking it out of emails, personal emails where it is right now. So there's no one place that we can go to see the whole list and where they are in the status or the queue. And then if we start to develop metrics, just kind of what you were mentioning around, will it speed it up? Right now, we'd have to go back through emails to even tell you how long any file average is in the queue. Whereas this software does provide that kind of information. It does allow us to have measurements on how long things are taking to apply, how long there's been between conversations, as Bart's mentioned. And there are some legislation, some procedural bylaws that we want to assure that we're following. And we have to search back through emails right now to see those types of dates and such, whereas cloud permit, it is that workflow system that would allow both sides, as Bart's saying, the applicant as well as the staff to see where things are at and help. So the idea is because it's in the forefront, you don't have to send another email. You actually see where you are in the status of where that file is, as well as everyone can see that.
Councillor Yuri.
So if investment equals increased productivity, then yes, I'm in favor. My question is going to be to Val and Mr. Bartley is, so you can't really take from reserves for operations, and yet this is a software purchase that is specifically for an improvement to not necessarily capital, but something that is, we're buying something tangible to try and improve productivity. It's not an ongoing thing. Again, it's a one-time purchase. Is that possible from reserve?
So this is a fee, so we pay this annually.
So then, yeah.
Yes, this is an annual fee we pay. We don't actually get the old CD and stick it in they actually download from Cloud Permit, and if we don't pay, they yank and we all scream.
Councillor Greenfield was next, and then Councillor Bartley.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Joby. First of all, I was going to ask, is this an annual cost? And it sounds like it is. But Mr. Joby, it sounds as if this the iCloud deal has been an asset for building department and planning. What kind of feedback, or are you getting feedback from the builders, from the developers, from the average citizen who wants to put a 14 by 20 addition onto their home concerning this? Are they finding it advantageous too?
So anything new, when you introduce something new to people, there's definitely a pushback. We received in the first 6 months of introducing cloud perm building. We did see a pushback through this. We also saw a lot of great comments on people saying that they appreciated it. And they also, we saw a lot of comments on people who, once they were into it and got used to it, really enjoyed it and really enjoyed the interactions and the conversations and felt that they liked being able to do an application for a building permit at 3 o'clock in the morning while listening to AC/DC full blast in their living room. Because you can do that. And there's, from that aspect, that's been great. We understand that with the older community in where we live, that, or where I work, where you live, that not everybody is computer illiterate. And so we set up a computer station at our front counter, and we have staff constantly, not constantly, but on a regular basis going up there, helping people make applications through Cloud Permit online and walking them through the steps. So scanning documents or inputting, drives or information from one file to another to actually make a complete application. And we do that not regularly, but I say once every 2 or 3 weeks. And it's been very successful. And I think now if we say, God forbid, if someone said you can no longer use Cloud Permit, I think we'd see the scream exceedingly loud from the developers and the builders and the project managers and the people who are in Boston to that system who can, have gotten used to it. And now we constantly get those type of things moving forward. So I wouldn't be here if I thought this was a turd. I wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't be asking for it if I think it would be successful. This is only successful because it allows people to interact with each other and kind of take away some of the real pinch points of people not knowing where their application is, not knowing what's going on, not knowing if someone's looked at it, not knowing if, we get frustrated because we don't know if you submitted stuff or if you submitted stuff that was incorrectly. And this stuff opens a freer conversation amongst all parties to move the needle in a significantly positive direction. And it makes everybody accountable. It makes
the developer accountable because we tell them what you need to provide. And it makes us accountable because when you provide it, we need to look at it and tell you what is wrong or what's right and approve or not approve. And it just kind of takes some of that unknown and that nonsense that we deal with now out of the equation.
Councillor Bartley, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner, and good sales job, Marty. I agree with this, but you mentioned that this was put into the 2023 tax levy. If that is true, that money should still be there.
I start this question, I think through you, Your Honor. I'm going to start this question and I'm going to let Val answer the end of the question. The first part of the question was that the budget in 2023 had some serious flaws in the planning space. And the director at that time knew that this was approved, but decided not to push this one through. He pushed through building, but that didn't happen on the planning side. So that's why we skipped a year and now we're back at this. Thank you.
In 2023, we overstated our revenue budget and we did not transfer this money to reserves because we could not at that time, but the planning was over budget as it was.
But we added the money to the levy, which is there in 23, should be there in 24, or was it used for something else?
The rest of planning, the other expenses that went through planning that year.
Thank you. I'm good with this. Thank you.
Ready to vote then on this? All in favor? Next item is 65, roadway enhancements, removal of snow and weeds, implementing weed spraying and clearing snow mounds in downtown Meaford to enhance the aesthetic appeal and the safety of our community. A well-kept downtown enhances the quality of life for residents and attracts visitors, contributing to the local economy. So the motion is that 32,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing roadway enhancements in the municipality. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. This one is important to me. We did have an additional motion this year to provide weed spraying in the downtown. I will look to Jess to talk a little bit about the timing of that. It seemed to me that it was a little bit late starting. And I certainly want to recognize again the volunteers, Dave Brown and his crew, who did just such a phenomenal job this year of keeping our weeds in check. And if I could, I'd throw this money right in Dave's lap because he deserves it. But I do want to see the weeds dealt with because if they're not, they're 3 and 4 feet tall and makes our downtown look like a farmyard. So I think it's important that we do that. We talk about economic development and attracting people to our downtown core and supporting our businesses and shop local and all the rest of it. Then we need to look attractive. So, and that also applies in the winter. And I know that was your motion, Councillor Bell, some time back, that the snowbanks be dealt with in a timely manner. So I think I would encourage us to support this request.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. And I think Jessica has a cure for this.
Through the chair. So I live on a farm and I can guarantee that our downtown doesn't look that bad. I was going to say that after the last time we met, we went back through our operating budget and these items have been included. So we don't need to have this discussion.
That's good news. So that's another one we just stroke off the list. It's in the core budget.
Through the chair, both are separate in their own worlds, but they're in our operating budget, yes.
Great. Thank you for that good news. The next one is a Chamber of Commerce donation. The Apple Tourism Booth will serve to highlight Meaford's attractions and promote seasonal activities, making it a go-to destination for tourists. By investing in these initiatives, we reinforce Meaford's identity as a vibrant community that values its local culture and economic development. And the recommendation is that $30,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing staff support for running the Apple with the Chamber of Commerce in the municipality. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. A number of questions on this one. Was this not in the core? And recognizing that, I'm curious to know how we got to $30,000. As much as I know that would really, really help our Chamber of Commerce. Last year we were at 18.5. So how did we get from there to 30?
I'm just going to ask, Val to look up the breakdown, but there was actually two requests. So there was the initial, like you say, and then there was a secondary request for it. If I remember correctly, it was for summer staff as well as for internet. I want to think that they were going to offer Wi-Fi from the Apple as well, and for a business directory. In the end, there was never a memorandum of understanding of what the deliverables would be. So something that I think, we might want to look to. So in other words, there's no kind of contract for deliverables. It was for them to use towards the Dragon contest, as well as for their summer staff. And then, like I say, a couple of other little pieces. But I can't remember do you remember the exact breakdown between the two asks?
I think there was 85, it was an initial 8,500, then an additional 10. And then Dragon's Den, I think, works out to be about 5. And there was one more ask.
Thank you. So my question now then is, because traditionally we've had support for Scarecrow Invasion, for MIF, and for Dragon's Den. So there is not a lump sum now for those 3. Where are the other 2? Scarecrow?
We'll just give them a second to look that up, because to your point, maybe that's what is the remaining piece, but I do think
Yeah, go ahead there, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While they're looking that up, and I would just say the validation for this is, and I think what you've done here is you've highlighted it's for the purpose of providing staff support for running the Apple specifically. Because if that's the case, then I agree with it, because I agree with it if we want the Apple to literally be a tourist center for us, which does enhance an economic development and provides good support for incoming tourism. I can tell you when Shirley was present in the past, I was more recently, and I can tell you more recently that the $18,000 did not come close to enabling staff to be staffed by students for much of the summer. Because realistically, that only put them in there for probably about 3-4 days a week. So if we want that to be a true tourism mechanism, do we want that to be open more often and to be longer? Because and we did do statistics at the time that we had thousands of people in there over the course of a summer. So are we validating its existence by dissemination of information? Plus, you're right, if internet is required, because people are coming up and literally asking for assistance, and they can provide immediate assistance without using their own phones, which they were being forced to do at times. So 18.5 wasn't cutting it if we wanted that to be open fairly often. So, but I do like the fact that it's defined specifically for that. In terms of the other 2, you're right. It's interesting that Chamber of Commerce wasn't in the community bursary. Neither was MIF, neither was Scarecrow, because we were handled differently. But I think Chamber of Commerce is something that historically has always been supported to a degree by council as well. So it just needs to be designated to what direction.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Porter and then Councillor Bell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Right? Oh, I can wait till Val's done. I can go after Val.
Sorry, Val, I didn't.
Okay, I have what we budgeted in 24. In 2024, we budgeted 10 for tourism support, 5,000 for Dragon's Den, 2,500 for Summerfest, 8,500 for Big Apple staffing, total 26,000. And our budget this year was going to be 30.
So, okay, Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So just a question is, so we have the Chamber of Commerce donation as a council elective. Yet there's a $15,000 donation to the downtown Meaford group that is not an elective. It's just built into the budget. So I just like to know, unless I'm mistaken, am I wrong? But I'm under the impression that there's already 15 grand allocated for Meaford downtown, but that's not listed as an elective.
Yeah, is there, Val? Can you just double check? Yeah, I believe that because there was also a change to that organization. But I don't know if it ended up getting removed. So I just want them to double check.
Does anybody have a page number for that? Councillor, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. An additional question for Justin to look up. What is going to happen now to the BIA reserve? What's the amount of that? And how can that be utilized going forward?
I think that is, again, an area that that business group, there's a few, Chamber being one, but there's also the downtown Meaford group. We supported them already this year with their startup costs. Additionally, that BIA money, of course, was collected from a number of businesses as well. So it needs to, if you will, still stay in the space and scope for those businesses. So it'll be very much, I think, part of the economic development team working with the small, medium-sized businesses, but also any business in Meaford to work towards, like you say, using those dollars wisely for that group. But I want to say at the end of this year, it will be, again, Justin and Val, around $70,000 left in the BIA reserve.
I think 62 possibly. And the answer to your question about Meaford downtown was there is 15,000 under the Elective under partnerships. 15,000 active Meaford downtown under Elective partnership.
So that can be removed now, right? Is that because they no longer are? Oh, sorry. Can you just be clear?
Sorry, which is it? Main Streets is gone, I believe. There's not the
that's been taken out.
$25,000 that was going towards Main Streets.
And
And
that's
Meaford
been-
downtown is the different organization.
Correct. Yep. Okay, so there is 15 for Meaford downtown and nothing for. Just want to make sure. For Main Streets. Okay.
So I haven't heard that conversation. What can you sort us out? What do we have that can go against this?
Okay, so we have $15,000 that's being allocated to Meaford downtown. Main Streets, we do not have any monies towards Main Streets. So I guess we could possibly, the 15,000 could be coming from that BIA reserve. That would lower it a little bit.
And Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I'm just wondering how we arrived at 15,000 for downtown Meaford and why is that not here in an elective discussion? How did that land in core?
I am not sure.
I'll be honest as well, like I think there was just a need to have some downtown. And I think this goes into the downtown realm. Activities that, again, I don't believe we have a proposal from this organization, just as we don't for the chamber. So I think it was just possibly even just a miss that we didn't pull it out and put it on an elective slide. Instead, it's still in there because again, we generally, through the practice, we had everything in and then had to start pulling things out because we were already far too high and we needed to prioritize. So it just was a miss. I'm guessing that it didn't come out to a slide. And then to that point, potentially, and again, Val, would you see the BIA fund supporting both the chamber dollars as well as any organization coming forward that is got an economic development proposal to entertain coming out of that BIA money? Is there any limitations to how we use that money?
I don't believe there is, but I think it's a downtown. So I would think it's for the downtown. So if it's chamber or it's Meaford downtown, I think in the report that we did send to you regarding Main Streets, it was that was going to fund Main Streets to get it started. So if it's not, if it's now something else, then you just need to provide that guidance.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that clarification, because I'm glad you said that, because Kim, you had originally said that BIA was kind of paid for by downtown business taxes, so it should kind of stay there. And I agree with fundamentally what you're saying, but where it got muddy for me was with the $25,000, because a year and a half ago, we did say we were going to, it was built on the premise that it was going to exist and prove itself. It didn't work out, but we did say we were going to put $25,000 kind of earmarked for that. So I kind of see that as being repositioned to this. Chamber actually is designed for the whole municipality of Meaford. However, the Apple is designed to be specifically right downtown. So to me, it fits the criteria of it is primary supporter of downtown. And it is supposed to also handle the periphery from a tourism perspective as well. So I don't really have any problem with taking it from the BIA, because it seems to me that's where the money would be allocated to a downtown support mechanism anyway.
Did you get the answer to your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So and I have no problem supporting Meaford downtown. I just wasn't sure why it wasn't listed as an elective, and if it was just overlooked, that's fine. So is that being removed for the budget for council decision? Yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on what we're doing with
I was
that.
going to say, Alex is just raising this here for you. Just one moment.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
While you guys are thinking, I'll start with Councillor Greenfield and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks again, your worship, through you. May I ask the Apple, what are the hours that the Apple is open? Or do they vary year to year, or maybe?
It varies greatly because all depended totally on funds. So I would tell you that 3 years ago, when we had the full-time administrator was there, it was open about 5 to 6 days a week. Last year, I know it was open probably weekends predominantly, with a little bit more, because they just did not have the funding to do it and the administration to kind of organize it. So it isn't totally incumbent upon the funding to support it, because they didn't have the funds to run it.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that, Mr. Urick. And seems rather strange. We're flipping back and forth with mics. But anyway, no, are there any evening hours, like early evening? I'm not suggesting 11 o'clock or anything like that, or is it generally daytime, afternoon?
It was predominantly weekends and late morning to kind of close of business time. Having said that, there were also times though when there were going to be events that it was made sure that there was going to be staffing for that, because we knew there'd be lots of tourists in town or people in town looking for information. So it was always kind of a fluctuating thing based on need.
I do think it was very busy this summer. So I found, large number of people around it at various times. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. The Apple's a great asset in our downtown. I mean, this past year, the chamber made considerable investment of manpower, especially in rejuvenating the Apple. So it's now been refurbished inside and out, and it looks great. And I think we really ought to consider supporting the chamber to provide staffing forward. I mean, in my day, we got grants, but grants are much more challenging these days to acquire. So if we want to recognize tourism information as being important to us, I think it behooves us to support this request. I just want to see that when this comes back to the chamber, that it's identified that this is also to include the funds for Dragon's Den and for Summerfest, so that there's no confusion of them thinking that there's going to be additional funds coming to them for those other two events. And again, I just want clarification, because is this already in our core? Yes,
Yes,
yes. So it's
the
already
30,000
there.
is already there.
It's already there. So we, if we're comfortable with that, then this is done.
Yes.
Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I have a motion prepared here. But to your last comment, the 30,000 is already in the core. So now we're just talking about the 15,000 for Meaford downtown then, correct? That's also in the core. So we don't need a motion.
Both of them are in the core currently, yes.
Okay. Because I have a motion for funding from the BIA reserve.
We don't have that.
So
There's no budget line that says we're gonna fund any of these from a reserve currently. So that could, if we could offset the partnerships of 45 from the BIA reserve, realizing that once you use the BIA reserve, it's gone.
So, Mr. Mayor, why don't I read the motion that I've prepared based on discussion, and then we can call the vote based on this motion.
Yeah, let's
Does that
hear it
work?
and see if we understand it.
Does that work for you?
Yep, sure.
Okay.
By all means.
So I have that $15,000 be used to support Meaford downtown, and that $30,000 be used to support the Chamber of Commerce for the purposes of providing staff support for running the Apple, Dragon's Den, and Summerfest, and all items to be funded from the BIA reserve for the 2025 budget.
You have a question or a discussion?
If I may, your worship, I'm not really comfortable pulling all of this from the BIA reserve, recognizing as it's been established that the businesses contributed to that reserve. So I think they should have some say in how those dollars are allocated. I think some might not be happy to think that we have, distributed them in the manner that we're discussing. So I would suggest we not touch that reserve for now.
Councillor Forder?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I just want to repeat my statement that I'm completely in favor of supporting Meaford downtown. So it's not about that, but to give $15,000 without a budget or a plan. I know that Main Street had to provide a budget and a model. And so I think in the same case with Meaford downtown, if they want to come to us and make a presentation for requesting funds, then we can decide at that time. I'm just not comfortable writing a check for 15 grand and hoping for the best. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a good contribution. So we have to revisit the motion here.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing then is that the $15,000 be pulled from the core budget regarding Meaford downtown. That's it, because then we'll leave the 30,000 in the core. That's what I'm hearing.
I think you heard it right.
Okay, so that $15,000 be removed from the core budget with regards to supporting Meaford downtown.
Deputy Mayor?
Only from the perspective, I agree with Councillor Forder. We understand where the money's going to go for the chamber. And I would as well just like to hear from folks from Meaford downtown, what events, what their projects are, so that we know where the funds are going to be directed. So if they could provide us some documentation or come and do a deputation at our next meeting, just to clarify.
And Councillor Barkley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I am confused. I'm sorry. I don't follow this portion of it as much as I should. Is Main Street still alive and do we support them? It's not. And is this downtown Meaford, the group that beautified downtown with the bicycles and everything? So they come out of nowhere. We didn't have a budget. and we don't know what they're spending money on. I agree with having them come forward with a request for money and what they're going to be doing with it.
We're very lucky that they have come forward. They've accomplished a lot in their first season.
I think they did a fantastic job, and I did comment that on at the time. I was very proud of downtown this summer. I was very proud of it. But to do something and then come looking for money, I disagree with that. It wasn't the right way to do it. You could have 10 other groups come work all summer doing something and then come looking for money. I think it needs to be beforehand, and I would like to see their proposal.
So the motion we're going to vote on, do you want to?
Yep, so what I have now is that $15,000 be pulled from the core 2025 budget to support Meaford Downtown, and that Meaford Downtown present to council regarding a proposal and request for funding at a later date.
Everybody understands that? All in favor? That is carried. And we can just strike the chamber donation off this list because it's in the core budget. That's great.
So it wasn't taken out of the core for the electives?
Correct, it was a miss. Yep,
Oh,
it
miss,
was a
okay.
double count. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, item 67. This is Cottage Beach Association donations. Maintaining the annual donation of $30,000 to the Cottage Beach Road Association, which provides discretionary support for services or goods that enhance this association. While this funding is not provided to all beach associations, it acknowledges the long-standing relationship with the Cottage Beach Road Association. And the recommendation is that $30,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing funds to cottage beach associations for private road maintenance in the municipality. Anybody like to speak to that, Jessica?
Through the chair, if you don't mind, I think it might be helpful for the conversation if I just kind of give a bit of a history on this.
That would be good.
And to correct me when and if I'm wrong, Jeff is here as well. So these cottage beach associations, we looked all the way back to 2006, and I think we were providing money to them prior to that. They are on private roads, so I think that's important to mention, and that at some point we were paying them $2.50 a meter, but now since 2012 and until today, we've been paying them $500 a meter, and there are 9 of them, I think is also important to say. This money was given and is given to them for any work within the right of way. So it's meant for, just off the top of my head, a lot of them use it for snow clearing, maybe pothole filling, like that type of stuff. They submit their invoices to us on an annual basis, and a lot of the time now, we pay them the maximum allotment based on their meters, and their invoices are for more than that. So the maximum is based on their allotment, which is based on their length. Part of why I think this is an important conversation is, as we've been talking about over the last little while, things cost more money. So we have been hearing, I would say for at least the last year, if not 2, that they would like us to up allotments. The struggle we have is that it is only to some of the associations. And if we are to change anything about anything that's been happening in the last however many years, I think it's something we all need to be on board with, and doing it for one and not for all makes it very challenging. I think that's the important stuff. But I think and we're happy to answer any questions that you have, but I think at least this year already, we've had a few request additional funding, and it's not uncommon. So I wanted us to have a discussion about what that looks like and make sure that it also started way before a lot of anyone that's here. So it's also just a Harley story.
I'll also just add.
Maybe you can provide some history, but I think it's just good for us to all be on the same page because this lives in our operating budget and it just gets paid every year. Like, I think it's a worthwhile conversation. The other thing too is the associations that we're paying are, I don't want to say legal, that's not the right word, but they're associations. So like they've come together, they have a technical, they're an association, everyone pays into whatever. And part of this fund actually does cover their fees as an association. So if you are not an association, we don't provide this funding for folks. So I think that is everything I know. But because there might be some equity challenges here, I think it's a worthwhile conversation.
Thank you, Jessica.
And just one final, that we don't have a resolution in this space already. So that was another really good reason, all the other things. But we haven't had a vote, and or I don't know if you guys were aware it was already in the operational budget for years past.
Okay, Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Jessica. That helps a lot because, yeah, I didn't know anything about any of that. So that's great. My obvious question is, we're not paying them all. How many are there? How many are we paying currently?
So through the chair, as of right now, we pay 9 associations. I believe technically there's 8, but there is one association that has 2. That's confusing, but so technically on paper, there's 9. There are, and I have a list, and I don't need to read them all out because I could be missing them, and but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 6 that we know of that do not receive the funding. There could be others, I don't know that for sure. So those are just the ones that we know.
So then we're asking for 30,000 potentially for 9. How much are we giving to 3?
So through the chair, it's based on how, I don't want to say
Right,
big, it's based on how long the road is. So whoever decided on that, it's based on linear meter. So the association from start to finish, the road itself, it depends on how long it is. So you're getting paid $5 a meter. It could be 300 meters. It could be 3,000 meters, like whatever the case is. But we've stuck to that, which is positive. But it depends on the association.
Do we know how much we were paying? Like, were we giving 10,000 before and now we're looking to 30 to cover it all?
Sorry,
Or-
that's my apologies through
Yeah.
the chair. So that, like the lump sum hasn't changed for as long as we can tell. It's just at one point, 2006 to 2012, we were paying $250. And then at some point in 2012, we decided that $5 was better. So here we are.
I'm going to just, Jeff, do you have any more information that would be helpful here?
Thank through your worship. No, Jess has pretty much hit all the points. The one thing that was kind of missed with the maintenance is a lot of snow removal. Also is included in that, and that captures a lot of the costing for the individual associations. Most of the associations that weren't in the or came together as an association were on the Sydenham side. They just didn't conform to that. So the six or seven road allowances are more on the Sydenham side of our world. And most of the St. Vincent side amalgamated or during amalgamation did do their Cottage Beach Association programs.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, your worship. Through you to Jessica. I'm assuming Georgian Beach Road South is no longer on the list, but are we now paying for the road behind Georgian Beach South?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's
That's the
just
allotment. That's
flip.
it too. Yeah.
Flip locations, but listen, okay. And at one time, don't think any of the Sydenham beaches were involved in this. And are some of them now on the list for funding?
The one down by Eagle Ridge. Not Eagle Ridge itself, but Sunset Beach. Is the only one.
Maybe a good thing the rest of them don't know about.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So where this must have came from historically was that folks came and requested a building permit on something that was not maintained, not opened by the municipality with any municipality equipment. And they got their building permit, and now they're living with them and their neighbors, and they form an association so that they can get some money to help them put in a culvert and so on and so on. And so because we let them do that, we kind of are responsible to help them in a way. We can't eliminate this, and the request is technically even for more. So we entered into this with them. And I know a lot of the places where these are, that because they're there, they're paying their taxes and having to look after, how am I getting myself and my family back to the home that's bound by the water? Is that where this really came from?
Through your mayor. So I think it all predates a lot of us, and originated from, maybe homesteads or cottages, erected down in the Johnson Harbor area, Sunset Beach area, and then through, time, these little cottages, shacks have grown, and maybe Bart can, answer some of that on the building code side of how it got to where they are today. And to your point, Councillor Bell, that yes, that is what has happened. The 500 square foot cottages are no longer, and they're all, 2,500, 3,000 square foot homes down there. But the people that are buying these properties, their areas or their lots hold an H zoning on it, so they are aware that they're buying these properties that are not municipally maintained. So yes.
Councillor Uri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So because everything's in education, and you're absolutely right, that all the homes down there are now not little cottages anymore predominantly. They'll probably also tell you that their tax base is maybe just a little bit higher being on the water than some other ones. So I guess my question is, seeing everything's in education, at what point does a private road become a municipal road? Because was it ever based on the fact that it was cottages and it wasn't year-round residents? And if that's the case, that's changing as well, because so many more people are now living on Beach Road permanently as they're building their small 2,500, 3,000 square feet cottages. So how does that work?
Councillor
So-
Bartley. Oh, sorry, we get an answer for.
Through the chair, and Jeff, by all means, that is a challenge that we've been seeing with some that are on the fence as to whether they want to become an association. I think is a good way to look at it. A lot of these locations, we could not even come close to fitting municipal vehicles down them. So in their current state, it would be impossible for us to service them. If, at least in some of the conversations that I've been part of or have heard, if they were given the option to make it 66 feet and allow us the ability to do so, there isn't the desire, because it takes, in their opinion, it takes away from the ambiance. Is that a good word? But so it's a tricky one, because for sure, I don't even know if we do have 66 feet in some of them, like there's that, but in places where maybe we would have to, it would have to look like what you would see as a gravel road or anything here in town for us to be able to maintain it and service it. And I don't know that some would be interested in that. Oh, sorry.
I'd like to throw out, it'd be good to have more of the history, because you know, if it boils down to raising taxes to homeowners to support people getting in and out of their secondary residence, I think that's problematic. So, I mean, in a perfect world, I've thought about this a lot over time because it comes up every year. And it seems to me that in a perfect world, we would take over these roads. But if they're not willing to have them meet the standards that would have to be and to also participate in funding that process, I think it's very hard to continue this. Like we're adding to the taxes here of everybody to support people who've chosen to live on a non-road and are expecting the municipality to support them, keeping them open in the winter. So that's my thought on it. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And I just reiterating what Jessica said. Some of these are not much better than Goat Pass. And to bring them up to standards where we could take over millions of dollars. So it's prohibitive, both physically, because some places there isn't room. The road would be in their front porch. So that's the issue. You just can't take them over municipally. They have to stay private. And question is, should we be paying for them? If we're going to pay for them, we should pay for them all. So, I mean, it's interesting to hear what council says, but I don't know if this is an expense that we should have.
Jeff?
Thanks, through your worship. Also, if any counselor wishes to have a read, there was quite an extensive report brought to council probably about 6 years ago. Tony and Steve, you may recall that Darcy brought it together about the Cottage Beach dealing with insurances, becoming associations, and what it would overall take for the municipality or individual groups to bring their roads up to a municipal standard so that we could service them, or they stay status quo. And it was quite a big can of worms, and we kind of just shelved that report, but that report is there if council wishes to bring that back, because it is a very important issue, and it's going to be an ongoing issue due to the development in these areas, and that we do not maintain, or the road systems are nowhere near up to our standards. And not just for us to service them, but EMS and all of that plays into those factors. So yeah, it is a challenging topic.
Did you wish to speak, Kim? I saw you. Okay. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. And Jeff, I do remember that discussion. And I think if we don't support this, we'll have another can of worms, because I think this is sensitive. And persons who live down in that area do count on this, small amount of support from the municipality to assist them. So I'm inclined to they've asked for an increase. We don't see that here, but that's been shared with us. So I think just more or less to maintain would be our best approach. So I'm going to vote in favor of sticking with this 30,000.
Councillor Urick.
So just to clarify, they've asked for an increase, but if we're gonna take the pot and then divide it 9 ways instead of 4, they're not actually gonna get an increase, because we're gonna be just spreading it over a wider bucket. So is that actually gonna be the case? We may not be making people happy anyway, because they're maybe getting less, even though they've asked for more, if we're gonna do even distribution.
Through the chair, yes. So we are asked, at least we were a few times before, and this year it's definitely probably been a bit more, because again, we haven't revisited the price per meter since 2012. So what we're hearing now is a lot of things cost more money. Contractors to do snow cost more money. So the 30,000 is status quo. So that doesn't include any sort of adjustment to what the price would be. But if, in my humble opinion, if we're adjusting it for one, I feel like we should be adjusting for all, or else we're going to hear this from the ones that we don't. So just to kind of help with that. Like, this is the basics. The 30,000 is not changing anything, and keep doing what we're doing and being, at least it gives, and I appreciate that it gives us the clarity on, we're not entertaining addition to anyone's allocation. Like, it makes that clear for us, which is helpful. But if we're looking at addressing their requests, then it would be more than this.
Just as a follow-up here, Mr. Mayor, so presumably, I mean, if you look at mileage, there's kind of an Canadian or Ontario standard. Do we look at other municipalities and see what they're paying for a private beach kind of right of way support? Because are we paying more or less than other people? And I know we don't want to get into the can of worms of, but there normally are mean averages that you kind of work off.
Through the chair, that would insinuate that other places do this. That would be my PC and
More discussion on this. Okay, Harley. Sorry.
Perhaps in closure, this is an age-old St. Vincent Township contribution to the ratepayers along the waterfront, and I'm in favor of maintaining a $30,000 donation, but I'm emphatic about, hey, that's it. We will divide it accordingly, hopefully fairly to everyone, and I think if some of the other associations who are not recognized by us wish to come to council and plead their case in the future, then yes, we're going to have to consider it. But I think we have a motion for $30,000, and I suggest we put it on the table and vote for us and go from there.
Okay, I'm gonna call an adjournment very soon. We've been sitting for 3 hours. And I'm just, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before that, we've just added a couple of things to the motion based on the discussion. So we can vote and then we can adjourn for lunch if that
Yes.
works for you.
Yep.
So that $30,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing funds to current cottage beach associations for private road maintenance in the municipality with no consideration to future associations.
Any thoughts on that, people? Councillor Bartley?
I agree with the motion if it means for this year. If other associations come through 2025, they can be considered for the 26 budget, correct?
Yes, that's correct. This mentions the 2025 budget.
Thank
Yep.
you.
And I'm just gonna go on record, we are kicking a big problem down the road to future councils. All in favor? That's carried. And I think we're going to take an adjournment now, and what time do you want to come back for the benefit of people who are sticking with us? Yes, okay.
12:30, please. Yep.
12:30 is the appointed time, and we're adjourned. Sorry, we were just a little bit tardy there, but lunch was late arriving, so um, starting now with the telecommunications conduit framework. And the sort of summary on this is the project will identify how the municipality can facilitate telecommunications infrastructure through municipal capital project construction. A framework will be developed identifying how and when the municipality will install conduit for third-party fiber optic cabling and the process to manage the infrastructure once installed. And the motion is that $30,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing telecommunications infrastructure in the municipality. This is the elective that I pointed over to Councillor Urick and said, you better lead this off. This was one of our priorities this year, and perhaps you could explain it better.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. Yes, and I think this will be fairly quick because this really isn't as much about a monetary ask. This was more about awareness. So I'll give you just very quickly, one of our neighboring municipalities, they hold biannual utility meetings. So they get all the utilities together. They meet with the municipal staff and they basically have a meeting to discuss what are upcoming projects during the year. And if those projects happen to involve a project where it is going to be road breaking right away, whatever, they're going to be doing something. This was meant to bring awareness to the municipality that we should be considering what the options are when it comes to either installing ourselves the conduit to facilitate telecommunications or working with the partners to enable them the opportunity to do so. So this isn't as much to me about asking about the $30,000 as it is about the awareness for staff to have that front of mind in conversations with utilities when we're working with major projects, that this is a consideration and how it's going to be handled. So I'm happy with not putting money towards this, just as long as we're sure that the engineering department and utilities are working together to make sure that we're taking this into consideration.
Thank you. I think that explains a lot for sure.
Just a comment that, yes, I do believe some of that planning, as we say, is happening already. I think the part that, again, and this is where the dollar figure came in, there was a deliverable around facilitating fiber installation, but I'm hearing that isn't the important piece. That is, kind of not the deliverable at hand. It's more about the planning aspect and the continual conversation. So that part, I think, we'll take that as part. That's the important part of this project. And then that is already incorporated into usual business, if you will.
And the genesis of that was County Road 7 being reconstructed without fiber optic, which was, will come back to haunt us, I'm sure, over time. The next one then, sorry, Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. I did have a question about this. Well, will this in any way facilitate the installation of fiber on my road in front of my home so I can eventually get my internet disconnected from my landline phone? Could that be, could that happen in the future?
Question for Jessica.
Considering the fire went along my road. Yes, maybe Mr. Urick can help.
Well, first of all, through the chair, if you figure that out, let me know so that they can do it in front of my house as well. That would be great.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is entirely incumbent on a provider having the desire to go down whatever road you are speaking about. And yes, everyone wants one, but it is going to, at the end of the day, being a provider saying, yep, it's worth my while going down that road. But when they do, hopefully there might be some conduit at intersections where it can make their life easier and not chopping up municipal roads to do it.
Well, here, wait until you hear the question. Wait until you hear the recommendation that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing telecommunications infrastructure in the municipality. All in favor of this motion? It's easy to vote on, isn't it? The next one is a buy local campaign to encourage residents to support small businesses, fostering economic growth and community prosperity through increased local spending. And the motion is that $26,500 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of facilitating initiatives to support small business in the municipality. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. At first glance at this, probably a lot of people would say this is an easy one to say no to, but I'm going to suggest that the little I know about our local business situation at the moment is that in 2021, it was pretty much a banner year, being still in COVID and people were shopping more locally than they currently are. I think there's been such a huge movement to online shopping and people can now travel wherever they want to. And we've got some really fantastic small businesses in our community and particularly on our main street. And I want to see them survive. And I know some of them are having a really difficult time. And I think it's interesting as I watch our new restaurants and having been to the new Station 87 in the airport and so on, and they're busy. And it seems that people will spend money on experiences, but they're not necessarily shopping in our shops. And I think it's critical that we as a municipality do everything we can to support our businesses. So I'm going to suggest that we try to find a way to do this, and whether this is a good candidate to come from the BIA funds, although it would be supporting businesses across the municipality. So Val may say, no, you can't do that. But I think if we can find a way to support this and to get something started, some sort of a campaign started that perhaps can be ongoing. And we do have a small and business, medium business liaison. So I assume that would fall into that category that I just think, all of us need to do more to support our local businesses. And this is one thing we can do as a council to show that we care about them.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very good points, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate that. I'm just curious to know, what do we get out of $26,500? Like, how do we measure the return? What are these initiatives that we're going to be facilitating? It's very vague, so a little more detail would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. So a combination of things. Right now, we have had, I'll say, 2 iterations of a buy local in the last 10 years. There's a shopmeaford.com site that already has some, it needs a refresh. So these dollars would go to branding, like a refresh branding with the community of businesses, advertising, promotional expenses in general, but also to again, kind of a bit of that resurrection that right now we've been using the little green apples in the windows. So there is some, I'll say, some continuity with marketing like that. But the biggest portion was to that website and then rejuvenate that as well as the additional advertisement. So it's not in our current economic development budget right now to run this campaign. So it really is the campaign portion of branding again, and then relaunching those tools that are still operational, just really out of date.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And through you, just to follow up. So this website, who owns this website you're referring to?
I haven't found out, to be honest with you, but it's the one that it's called Shop Meaford. Again, it looked at some point, potentially it was the municipalities, but I think it might have just only been funded through that. I haven't found out. Like I say, it's the address is shopmeaford.com. And so I wasn't sure if it fell with the BIA at some point and didn't continue on. Happy if anyone out there does have the details. But it was something that, it's still functioning, still operational, just needs to either be picked up and lifted over to our website, or to, if this is a joint partnership with the chamber, how we might want to run this. There's some options, but the allocation was just to have an app like this so that people could quickly look. There are still some shops that have the QR code. That's how I found it. And so some of the shops that initially had bought into it, there just wasn't anybody at those shops at the time that had the origin story. So I don't have the background on all of that detail, but it was certainly to kind of continue that. One of the more, recent and I think very effective is in Barrie. They've been running a buy local. So some of your comments and questions just about how would we measure the success of this? I think there'd be a number of ways, obviously, quantitatively, like just actual metrics of how many times people are using it. Are we also going to reach out to the businesses and say, have you seen an increase? So I think there are typical types of campaign measurements around, you know, the audience in general. Are we hitting the target groups? Are they seeing it? How wide is our distribution? There is an element in the Barrie buy local that they're actually doing some delivery options and some additional profile portfolios, that type of stuff. We could look at those too. But I do think it would be, like, say, kind of in combination with some of the other businesses, just also knowing that we don't have Main Street. Kind of that was our conduit before to a lot of the businesses. And this would be a very tangible task that everybody could work on together with an allotment of dollars.
And Councillor Greenfield?
Thanks, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm not against this to a degree, but since this is designed to help small businesses, number one, I think this should be a partnership with small businesses. I think they should be providing some funding into this campaign also, in a partnership deal. And the other thing is, when I think of this, my first vision comes up Main Street downtown. We do have small businesses out in the rural area, and whether it be a farm value added or whether it be a construction company out in the rural area. So I'm just wondering if our CAO could explain how we're going to get everybody or as many businesses as possible involved in this. So those are my two concerns.
I agree. It is actually open not just to the concentration of the downtown small businesses, but actually all the businesses. In fact, some of the partners that we originally were talking about were some of our larger employers in town. So the long-term care facility, like some of these other employers that aren't just fitting into this small, medium-sized business, but the come to shop and use our businesses was more of the awareness, if you will, to this campaign. And absolutely essential is their participation. I will say a lot of the smaller size, not the bigger ones, but the smaller feel like they give a lot of money already. And I think that's part of the hesitation of asking some of the businesses to contribute dollars into it. They may or may not. I think you're right to absolutely have the option and to maybe even have the requirement. But I have heard from quite a few of the businesses, they're struggling. This type of campaign would be to collaborate as a group in an organization and make their marketing dollars, if you will, or our dollars go far, because we have kind of a collective rather than them individually doing their marketing. That's a bit of the sales, if you will. There was also some talk about using our distribution lists to share and to get to a wider audience, our newsletters, those types of things that they don't necessarily, all those businesses don't necessarily have that wider audience. And also working, like I say, kind of in partnership with the school district as well. So, you know, that's a whole market group that hasn't been necessarily looked at from the businesses. And how can we get them to buy local? Don't leave Meaford. What do we need here? What is already here with our local businesses? So it's origin. It's just starting. We haven't actually, like I say, run a full campaign. There was a grassroots one done 3 years ago with like I say, the green apples, and a lot of folks, a lot of local businesses bought into that. And certainly, again, they've done some downtown oriented type of initiatives, but this would be kind of broader and wider and bring more marketing dollars to all of them.
Okay, Councillor Yurg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to hear, Kim, that you were talking about partnerships, and obviously one you didn't mention there was Chamber, and again, because they are municipality wide, so they kind of already have a head start on some. What's always been discussed, both at Chamber level and council level, is the potential of a business registry. See, what you had said in there was, one thing was talking about utilizing existing databases. Two things come up: multi-platform. So if you are partnering with other organizations, now you have cross-pollination for advertising or marketing on different websites towards the same goal. But at the end of the day, we still don't even know all the businesses that are out there. So to me, money like this, one of the very first steps that I could see inherent value is, and again, not making it an onerous, huge, hey, business owners, here's another costly thing for you to join. But if this is seed money to actually start a complete business registry, because that is then how you call, people can go to our website and say, yeah, where are all the retail shops? Where are all the ag shops? Where are all the whatever we have? But without us having a complete listing, we're not supporting everybody. So that to me is a very first easy step towards doing that, even if it's a no cost registry. If that's the seed money to kind of get it going, at least then we know who we have in our municipality to play with.
Just to be clear, it wasn't kind of focused on that. It really was kind of focused more to the campaign, in that we already have the staffing to do, if you will, the coordination and the effort of engagement and such. This would really just go to that marketing side and the dollar side of that. And then to your point, like I say, there is already a few different, I'll call it directories, and I use the distribution list just because we've got permission already to send them information of what's happening in the municipality. So we have to kind of keep within those parameters. But I do think, some of our small businesses, but even some of the larger ones, don't have that audience. And some of it isn't applicable. Not everybody's, necessarily, buying a new truck but it's just sharing that information and collaborating on what's all here, for people to be aware. Cause I do find that, sometimes it's like, oh, that's here. We have a Harley Davidson. Like, some people just don't know all of the businesses in Meaford too.
To follow up, Mr. Mayor, yeah, to that point, I would dare say that even around this table, there are businesses out there that we all don't even know they exist. Hence my point, how do you run a campaign to support everybody if you don't know who everybody is? A business registry literally gets you to that list, because working off of, like you said, sundry other lists to try and glean what is out there is not going to be complete. And if you're going to do a totally complete campaign, to me, that requires knowing who your audience is and who you're espousing. So I would still harken back that there's got to be a starting point somewhere, and that's basic information gathering.
I would like to see a joint project wherein the chamber and the municipality work together to develop a list, like a business registry, because that would benefit the chamber immensely. And it really is fundamentally a job that you'd look to them, but it hasn't happened. So, but I'd just like to say, I'm not sure there isn't a certain fatigue factor in a shop local campaign. I mean, we've heard that message for decades, and we all know it and understand it. So I would much rather see, if there's $26,500, I'd rather see that go into local media, and I'm talking about both the Meaford Independent and Life 99.3. So, or even in my experience, I think there's a merit in actually allowing new businesses to have a free ad on us and have a chance to experience how advertising does in fact, deliver customers. So I just think we should be creative with this. And I think, in all honesty, the business registry is something we really need. So that is where I would start. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and spot on with the business registry stuff. And it's a shame that Main Street's not a thing anymore, because I would say that they have the most comprehensive business directory of anybody in the municipality. So I know how hard the volunteers, they spend a ton of time trying to make it as comprehensive as possible. So that would be a good starting point. But again, it's not complete, to Rob's point. Like, there's still always going to be businesses we don't know about. Now, Kim, I just wanted to ask, so when you had mentioned, say, the shop Meaford, were you mentioning specifically you wanted to work with that site, or you wanted to create a municipal? Because that's shop Meaford is not a Meaford site, it's a franchise, right?
Agree. And that's where I just wanted to find out. I tried to connect with who is running it and who paid for it and how did that start? Because I would start there. If it's something that, again, back to even partnering with the chamber, how would that work? So just not enough details on that. It's just, again, recognizing it's very outdated. I just didn't have that information yet. I don't know if, to be honest, if there is someone, maybe it is just an operational site, but it isn't got any more updates or those types of pieces to it. I just think something that we could look to adding onto our site, because we do have a directory on our site. It's volunteer basis, like you have to go in and enter it yourself. And then there is that. I know that chamber has something similar. When you pay your chamber annual, you get onto theirs. So there are a number of places that we have various different lists. And I think waiting for the perfect list before we start a campaign of whatever nature we end up going with, probably won't ever happen. At least that's what I've seen in other organizations. They wait till they get everyone, and it's a little bit of a just start. Even if you start with the 75% that you have, just get going. And even through that campaign alone, we'll learn of others, and they might be mad, but we'll say, well, just come along. Sorry, we missed you the first round. Let's get you on here and get it going. I think right now we're a little bit, like I say, just stuck in a bit of a pattern. Just as a note, I don't want to, or maybe I shouldn't say that. I would like us to follow our procurement policies when it comes to putting out any kind of campaign. So making sure that we have an open market, that we aren't being super specific of how we'll spend these dollars for the campaign, but more clearly we would go with a lot of our local, that's the intention, right? Businesses to work the campaign through. So just to your point about radio and paper, but there are some, smaller sign companies. There's also some larger ones. And all that to say is it was an ability to have a focused task for our groups to work on, our businesses to work on.
If I could throw a quick plug in, I don't know of any municipality under 12,000 people that has their own radio station and their own weekly newspaper. We are greatly blessed. So, Alex, have we refined this motion or not?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I don't hear anything specific. I heard specifically to do a business registry. I don't know if that's correct. We could change it to add the funds to contribute to a business registry. That's what I heard, but I'm not sure if I'm missing something there.
Deputy Mayor, you got an opinion on that?
If I may, Your Worship, thank you. And I appreciate the value of a business registry. I think it's just such a moving target. It's a huge job to try to keep such a document up to date. So it almost has to be voluntary, but then you'll end up with businesses on it who are gone. And unless somebody's charged with monitoring it, it gets out of date very, very quickly. So I appreciate that Main Street's put a lot of effort, and that will probably be the most current one we have to work with. So I suggest we take that and try to add and subtract to it. In my mind, I was seeing these funds more to the mayor's point, promoting our businesses, which certainly includes our radio station and our newspaper. I think of videos and catching a shopper buying a widget and, hearing about their experience and how wonderful Meaford is, and just getting that word out there, specifically in my mind to support businesses through the shoulder months. I mean, Meaford really still suffers with seasonality, where I think some of our neighbors not as much, because TBM has the the folks, the skiers coming and so on, where our businesses typically get pretty quiet in January and February after Christmas. So if we can support them during that time frame, I think that's important to me. And I also am wondering in my own mind if there couldn't be a tie-in with the business gap analysis whenever the county comes to undertake that study with us. Perhaps there could be some conversations or at least some knowledge gained from the work that they will be doing that can assist us with moving forward with this campaign.
Thank you. And just a note, the county actually also had a registry and they just archived theirs. But they are doing a number of campaigns that would, again, kind of allow us to focus on just the Meaford portion. So again, one of the rebranding or branding exercises, because I think it probably needs to be like either refreshed or keep with the green apple, whatever that group kind of decides. But the idea would be then we could advertise in some of those other bigger magazines because we're collectively coming together. So not everyone who can't afford the $5,000 or doesn't see, kind of it as a benefit, if it's a buy local Meaford, right, type of logo, that could go into those types of media outlets and things like that. So just to your point, it wasn't necessarily the registry. There are a lot of pieces. I don't think that these dollars would go needs to go into the registry portion. I think we use the portion that we have and then keep building on it from our own website. It would just be to give more flexibility for people to find out more about, and then to campaign that information so that people know. So if there is an ability to send them to our website so they can see the listing there, or direct them to this app if it seems to be a viable option. But more or less, it is just to get that information out about the businesses in Meaford.
If I may add, your worship, I mean, there's so many ways to spend this money, but I love the idea of a farm gate tour. If we knew where all of those little farm markets where people would love to tour around and see that. And the county is doing the Gather campaign, which is absolutely fantastic. And I see great opportunity to bring aspects of that to Meaford. And if anyone's not familiar with it, it is Roger Mooking, who's an internationally known chef and has TV cooking shows. And he is leading this and touring all of the lower tiers and visiting restaurants and so on and talking about those experiences. So I think, there's opportunity to work with what's happening just to build on and bring awareness to all the great things in Meaford.
I'm going to call the question then. It's that $26,500 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of facilitating initiatives to support small businesses in the municipality. All in favor? And that fails. Next one is bike racks. Installing bike racks in downtown Meaford to promote cycling as a viable transportation option and enhance the accessibility of our downtown area. Installing bike racks encourages cycling as a sustainable mode of transportation, reducing reliance on motor vehicles. This initiative aligns with Meaford's commitment to environmental sustainability and promotes healthier lifestyle choices among residents and visitors. And the recommendation is that $25,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of purchasing and installing bike racks in the municipality. Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the downtown, there's already bike racks at the library and at the Apple, if I'm not mistaken. And that's ease of walkability pretty much anywhere downtown. I'm just curious, how many bike racks do we want to put in the downtown to add up to $25,000?
That's an excellent question. It was roughly $750 per bicycle rack. Similar to what you see in Southampton, Sauble Beach, that they're kind of at all of the public buildings, as well as on the trail system. So there'd be a number of them added. Roughly, I think it came out to just under 20 to 25 bicycle racks was what we were looking at. And again, it would be in the downtown, but also at the heads of the trails so that there would be a place in and around. Specifically, I'm thinking of the Georgian Trail. There was 2, I think, or 3 along that route.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. That sounds like a lot of bike racks, first of all, but it seems to me this is a great sponsorship opportunity, such as our bench program, that maybe there would be individuals or businesses who might consider sponsoring a rack and getting their logo on it.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Your Worship. Once again, I think this is a private enterprise venture, with every bike rack. I think we could likely use a couple more, maybe 2 or 3 more, distributed, here and there throughout the municipality, but, as I say, private enterprise on the top of the rack. I'd like the company to have its name, its phone number, and I don't know, it might be a cheap way of advertising for some businesses.
Are we ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that also fails. The next one, 71, this is already in the core budget. Again, thankfully, we can just pass on that and move on. And number 72 then is the downtown beautification. Pardon me. Increasing floral displays in downtown Meaford will significantly enhance the visual appeal of public spaces, creating a vibrant and welcoming atmosphere for residents and visitors alike. Aesthetic improvements contribute to a positive community image and promote civic pride. The recommendation is that $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of facilitating downtown beautification initiatives in the municipality. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So just clarification, first of all, because there is horticulture in the core, so flowers are or are not included in the core.
Only the first, yeah, go ahead.
Through the chair, there's the usual amount of flowers are included in our operating budget, which is approximately $20,000. This addition is how much it costs to do the additional flowers for the 150 this year. So it's double the amount of normal flowers. So if this happened, if this didn't happen, there will still be flowers. It's just not what we saw this year.
So I think my concern is a number of new planters were purchased this year. So is there enough money within the 20,000 in the core to fill those planters along with the normal hanging baskets?
Through the chair, I understand that there's new planters. I think the answer would be no, because the planters were in addition to, and if we're saying all of the usual hanging baskets are still filled plus any new, then it would be above and beyond what we would normally supply. With that being said, if we would prefer to reallocate where our flowers downtown are put out, I mean, that's always an opportunity to use the planters, and maybe it just might mean a few less hanging baskets. I don't know, don't quote me on that, but it would just mean to redistribute what we would normally have. That is an opportunity. So it's possible. It would just probably look slightly different, but I'm sure still beautiful.
And through your worship, that's kind of exactly what I was thinking, Jess, because I mean, we need to fill the planters. And so if we do that and then perhaps get a quote on, what we could do for the 20, I'd kind of like to have an understanding of what we could do if it's possible to get that sense before we finalize this budget.
Through the chair, that might be more challenging because flowers are a variable price. It's not fixed. So we budget for flowers in our operating and we get what we get every year, but it's not like they're the same price every year, if that makes sense. So it would be very challenging, probably. It'd be based on a now quote, which could be slightly different. And I'm only saying that because I don't want to make promises if things are different in the spring.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you again, Mayor Kettner. For 2024, we added considerable funding for flowers, especially in the downtown area. primarily for the 150th celebration. And I was all in favor of that. I think I said at the time, I expected that to be a one-off and not necessarily to continue. I can see advantages to contributing some funds. I would say another 10,000 as opposed to 20. I know in today's world, $10,000 doesn't really buy a lot of flowers, but it would buy some. The other point I want to bring up is this talks about downtown beautification. How about some flowers out on the Leith Bridge or Peter Cameron Park or out at Bogner? I would insist that if indeed there is increased flower supply, that all of our municipality be considered.
And I'd like to I was going to ask the question. I believe there are flowers at Leith Park. I could be mistaken, but I do know I can name you a half a dozen different locations in Meaford, in the town of Meaford, but I believe there are some as well. Like, is there some in Bogner?
Through the chair, great question. I drive through there all the time and I feel like there are flowers. Again, all of that is in our normal, I don't want to say beautification budget, but flower budget. I would have to clarify what is in each location just for my own knowledge. I don't want to lead anyone astray, but the number in front of you is based on the addition through the 150. So everything else that you normally see is included in the operating budget for $20,000 on a regular basis.
Somewhere back in time, somebody did an excellent job of designing floral, exhibits throughout and all of our parks, on Memorial Park, Beautiful Joe Park, Fred Raper Park. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some at the splash pad, but I know, and Station Hill. And I'm sure I have seen them in Leith as well at the beach. So somebody did an excellent job at some time, and I think we certainly want to keep that going. And but that, as I understand it, could happen without adding any money to the budget, and we could probably concentrate on filling the large containers that were bought for the 150th before perhaps. I'm not saying outside of Meaford, but inside of Meaford, perhaps we can condense and again, it's less than 0.1% that we're talking about adding here. Any more discussion? If not, I'm gonna. Did we alter it in any way, shape, or form here?
Yes, I heard 10,000. So I said that $10,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of facilitating beautification initiatives in the municipality. I took out the word downtown because I heard
Yes.
the municipality as a whole.
I'm going to call a vote on the basis of that motion. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. The next one, item, I'm on a different one here. I'm on 7. Pardon? Okay. What was the one that we last did? Yeah, okay, we did 72. Did we do 71?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I know that, but did we actually discuss it here or mention that? Okay, if you can just back up to 71, this is also in the core budget, and thank God it is. So electric vehicle chargers, and so this project will evaluate the options for installation of electric vehicle EV charging stations in downtown Meaford, including considering type 2 and type 3 chargers, and install chargers in appropriate locations to meet the needs of the community. So the recommendation is that $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of installing electric vehicle charging stations in the municipality.
And I just will add, we have gone with the county of Gray for a grant from the federal government that we're anticipating coming in the spring. with success of that, this is to complement those dollars, because what they bring for the EV charger is the actual charging station of and of itself. So there would be some additional work done to that parking lot, basically, and that this is the $20,000 to support that work. Again, we won't know, like, this isn't necessarily needed if we don't get the grant in of itself, because that pays for the largest portion of this project.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I guess I missed something because I thought this was already done. I thought we already chose 3 spots and it was happening.
Sorry, that is the first portion, and you're right. We did apply then for the grant. The second portion that the 20,000 is remaining is for the changes to the parking lot of itself that we would need to do that isn't provided by the grant. So there's anticipated that there'd be still work that we need to do that's outside of the grant parameters. And so again, we'd only use this if we got the grant in the spring from the federal government. This wouldn't cover the cost of the entire installation.
And that's a grant from the federal government because we missed out on the provincial one.
That's correct. We're still waiting to hear if we're a second selection for the provincial one, but we're still in 100% to find out about the federal one. But yeah, we've already heard that we're not selected as the first group for the provincial.
But we did apply.
Correct.
And I thought we made a decision in a council motion, how many type 2 or type 3. I thought we actually resolved that.
I believe you did.
So
Yeah.
every cent of this would go to installation, not planning.
Correct. Yeah, this was just a part of the project in total. So it's that last part of the installation of the chargers. So we know that the federal government will give us the biggest portion in that grant, but there's still work to our principal parking lot that we would have to put in. And it's, again, expected to be right around $20,000, but until we know the details.
So would that maybe not be coming from reserves?
Because of it being a capital project, Val, would you consider this a one-time?
We could probably find 20,000 from reserves for this.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So in a perfect world, if we get the grant and we install these chargers and we approve this, are we then operating the chargers? Is there going to be any revenue coming to the municipality from the chargers?
I don't actually have an answer on that, only because at this time, my understanding was that it isn't coming to us specifically, but I do believe the app is also part of the partnership that we're doing with, and this federal one, oh shoot, I'm forgetting the name of the company that it's the partnership with. So apologies, there's a private corporation that is partnering and paying for the other half. So it's a partnership with us, the Grey County, a private for the federal government. So the private industry portion is the one that's coming with the app and that. So I don't know if it's a shared profit or whether or not they're taking the total profit. Yes, thank you. Oh, is it one of them? I can't remember again. That was one of the options. Yes, sorry.
So I think we've revised this. So could you give us the motion?
Yep.
Alex? Thanks.
That $20,000 be used from reserves for the 2025 budget for the purposes of installing electric vehicle charging stations in the municipality.
All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Next one is enhanced harbor service, a full-time harbor master. An extended presence of the harbor master will enhance safety measures and compliance with regulations at the harbor. This proactive approach will help to mitigate potential risks associated with increased waterfront services. The position can serve as a point of contact for inquiries, events, and programming, strengthening the connection between the municipality and the community. And the recommendation that $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of providing enhanced harbor service in the municipality. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So full-time harbor master at $20,000, is that right? Is that what a harbor master makes full-time?
So we already have a harbor master on a seasonal. This would be for the remaining portion of the year. So we bring in the harbor master. Well, I'll pass it over to Jess. Actually, you can probably fill in the details.
Through the chair, I think there might be a bit of confusion just on titles. So we don't have a harbor master. We currently have a lead hand whose responsibility includes the harbor and Memorial Park. And they are kind of the point of contact for if issues arise in those general areas. We do have a full-time seasonal senior harbor attendant. So that is the person who spends their whole summer at the harbor, in the harbor house, and, you know, making their way around, making sure everyone's okay. They start usually in April, May, and go until this year it was about the end of October. So those, and I feel like it just kind of confusing to say harbor master because that doesn't exist, but I think the intention is to extend that individual through the rest of the season or the whole year.
Other questions? Oh, no discussion. Do you want to vote on this at this point? You ready? All in favor of this enhancement? I just divert for a second to ask a question. I've seen nothing in the budget regarding the Bruce Shepherd Great Lakes artifacts collection. And so I'm wondering, you know, where that project stands in as much as it's not included in the 2025 budget. Unless I missed it.
Through the chair. So that's a great question. The harbor master plan was completed in draft last year. And we were fortunate to catch them before they completed the draft to include a location because we had been in the process of acquiring the artifacts. It kind of all happened at the same time. Our intention is to bring that back to the public and to you for decision on the harbor master plan itself. And that will include the identified location for where the artifacts would be located at the harbor. We also had to explain to them a bit about what was required because it's difficult to explain the artifacts and, you know, if they're lit, they need footings, all the stuff. And that was included in the draft harbor master plan. It hasn't gotten to yet, but it will be included as part of that decision.
Great, thank you so much. Good news. So the next one is municipal enforcement. Municipal enforcement contracted services, backfill. Maintaining consistent enforcement coverage is essential for upholding community standards and safety. Contracted municipal enforcement services will provide a critical stopgap during periods of internal staffing shortages, such as vacancies or training absences, ensuring continuity in enforcement. This approach offers flexibility and immediate support, allowing us to uphold service standards without compromising staff development or recruitment efforts. And so the motion is that $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of providing enforcement services to the municipality.
Just as another kind of added detail here, we do have 20,000 in the current budget. This is to increase that because we are aware that our dollars don't go as far as they used to. And so if we continue to want to use this as an option to do the backfill when we have delays in hiring, we need to increase this amount of dollars. So typically when we use these is between hiring, that's the biggest portion. But additionally, this could be used to supplement on the long weekends and those types of arrangements as well. So you did see an ask in the core around an additional person. So again, just trying to make sure that we're following all the pieces. The two-part ask, if you will, for this department is that additional person and then some more contracted services dollars in total. So that way we can have a more full complement throughout the entire year rather than having short-staffed at times, which is a big portion of this particular department.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate the need to have a consistent department, but I'm confused from the perspective of if we're needing this to backfill for any vacancies, doesn't salary gapping then cover off these expenses?
Yes, absolutely. I think sometimes though, that's where we still have a short in total dollars going. Our salary grid for this particular area is well below the others. It hasn't been seen a change since 2016. I always get this one wrong. It was part of the 1 through 9, and the dollars just aren't stretching quite as far. So even with the salary slippage, like you say, when somebody's not there, we are taking in that amount. The contracted services still needs an additional lift. And at times, I'll just leave it there. Sorry. It's got some big gaps at times. That's all.
Councillor Yurick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just curious, structurally, who do we use? I would think the municipal bylaw is a fairly heavy read. So getting people on a part-time basis, getting a temp in to go out there and kind of manage municipal bylaw.
That's
I
exactly.
think that's probably fairly heady. Who do we use for that?
Well,
What do we use for that?
we've just started doing a procurement process. So there are actually just that. There are some options of contracted services. We've not done it yet. And so it's just in recognizing those initial quotes and having some brief conversations. But we haven't done a selection yet of exactly who we would procure. And we would look to do something, for the 1 to 2, 3-year mark so that, again, we could have that consistency when things aren't, going according to plan, to have that backup contracted service to call to be able to have them come in.
If I may follow up, so that's gonna be an annual basis then, obviously, if you're gonna just keep this ongoing.
Again, just assuming that we continue to see the turnover in this department to be high. We think, and again, we've done some structural changes, as Holly mentioned, so that we can have more progression within the department and potentially keep and have a higher recruitment. But we do see usually when they get to the level 3 that they're heading off to, an OPP or a city policing service. So we tend to need that, like you say, kind of experienced officer that can come in. And that's where these contracted services are being used by other municipalities that we could potentially add to our overall labor force.
My question on this, I'll come right back to you, but how important do you see this addition of service being to successfully implementing an STA bylaw?
So a model, we have to take a look at our model with that lens in full, because again, it'll depend to what degree we are enforcing or inspecting. Like there was still some of those elements yet. So this doesn't include the level of effort that will be required in the STR. This was actually just to fulfill our current service levels, to have this additional funds.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. 20 years ago, we didn't have any bylaw enforcement officers. If I remember correctly, the building department looked after that, which could be arguable in today's world. 20 years ago, we didn't have a property standards bylaw. We didn't have reserved parking for accessible vehicles. We didn't have STAs. So there's no doubt about it being the bylaw enforcement situation has just ballooned over the last, even the last 10 or 12 years. And, talking to our, chief bylaw enforcement officer, who tells me, she's almost lost count of how many items she has on her to-do list. It's a department that we're going to have to maintain and likely increase. So this is one, I think, yeah, I think we need to do this.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor? Yeah, that has passed. Thank you. The next item is reestablishing Market Square. The creation of a master development plan and implementation strategy to reestablish the Meaford Market Square as a community-focused, mixed-use open space on the site of the parking lot and former Midas Mart, adjacent to Meaford Hall. Through public and stakeholder consultation, the project will consider what uses of the Market Square will provide the greatest positive impact for the community as a whole and downtown in particular. The design could include event space, open-air dining, continued parking access, and/or green space. The project will also establish an implementation plan, including a funding strategy designed to limit the cost to residents. So the recommendation is that $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of providing resources to implement a master development plan and implementation strategy to reestablish the Market Square in the municipality. And that I just prefaces one of our priorities that we brought forward as a council. I'll start with Deputy Mayor and go to Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Worship. This past weekend, really observing the parking in the Market Square, 2 sold-out shows at Meaford Hall, Station 87 open. I mean, there were cars everywhere and cars even parked down by the harbor. So I do not see at this point how we can eliminate this parking to go forward with this. And you're right, it was a strategic priority of ours, but now observing the need for the parking, I really think we just need to leave things be.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and respectfully to the Deputy Mayor, I'll say that it's not a matter of eliminating, it's a matter of juxtaposing. So our former planner had said parking studies were done. Nelson Street was originally going to be the main street of Meaford, is the widest boulevard. And if it was angled parking up and down that, if there was if there was actual lined, people don't even know to park on Collingwood Street because there's no lines. So there's a lot of confusion I think people have about parking spaces. And there's also the additional parking that's going to be behind the old Ed Smith spot, Main Street. So I would still like to see a parking study that illustrates what that would look like if that wasn't there, because I think there was still talk with rejigging whether there would still be a row of parking that would face Rice's, so that would accommodate not only disabled parking but also some other parking. So whether or not there is enough parking done to facilitate the requirement, because at the end of the day, yes, parking is valuable. People complain about having to walk, and yet more people walk further from a Walmart or a Costco parking lot to the store than they would anywhere in Meaford to get to the downtown core of Meaford Hall. So we're spoiled by having it, and I appreciate that. I would just like to see a study that absolutely proves that we couldn't facilitate it otherwise before I say let's abandon it, because I truly believe that that space, even partially as an event space or a community space, would do a lot more for all the economic development and tourism we keep talking about downtown than exists now. There are so many models of this in other communities. There's not many communities that have a parking lot as one of their main features of the downtown core.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. I echo Councillor Urick's comments. I would love to see at least half of the Market Square turned into back into a green area. However, aside from the Meaford Hall, we do have a very busy business right beside, the Market Square and, in the Home Hardware. And, they do rentals also, and, they do a busy business, and, they need parking for their customers. I'd love to see this happening, but until we get alternatives that could take up, say 50, 60 of the parking spaces in the Market Square, I think we have to put this on hold.
Councillor Urick.
Sorry, the one last comment I should have made up. I wanted a question, a comment question was, Kim, what exactly would this 20,000 be buying? And literally, like I said, is it kind of going towards a parking study so we can validate as well as what that would look like? Obviously, that's consultant money. The second point I would like to say is Christmas in the Bay last year had 9,500 people through. We didn't hear anybody complaining about parking. 9,500 people came through in 4 days. That's a lot more than attended Meaford Hall or the Meaford Fire Hall, and yet everybody found a place to park. No, but they only seat 220 people, so they 9,500 people versus 220. I'm gonna stand by the fact that there is parking.
They all came in one bus.
Apparently, yes.
I'm curious whether this side of the house has any comments on this. Councillor Bartley.
I have two questions and one I should know the answer to. So if we add $20,000 to the operational budget for the, to plan the parking lot, we spend it next year on planning the parking lot, where does that 20,000 go the year after? It just falls inside the operating budget as a bonus?
Sorry, I think it would be actually towards this project. So right now, and that's one of the parts, just to your question as well, is where are we at with this project and whereabouts along the list does this 20,000 for the 2025 look? So we are still at the stage of kind of the beginning of the scope of this project. So there is, I will say, the biggest portion of the 2025 $20,000, it would go to that development of the options that would make up for the construction, so the design elements. And that part is the, kind of creation and execution of design scenarios as well as a plan, right? So that we can start talking to and engaging the community about, would this work for us? So that's this section. Provided that we continue on with this project, to your point, that might be then implementation. So there might be some different types of costs. I don't think it would necessarily be the exact 20, but I do think it would fall into the realm of, if we decide to turn it back to green space, there'd be a capital project to pull up some of the road or some of the parking lot. If we decide to move it to a shopping like village where they had the little huts, because that was a common element as well. So I think it just is, if you will, to continue with this project and to do the next step. And then the costs for 2026 would be different based on whatever option comes out of this next step.
Thank you. Like the flowers, $10,000. That's going to be ongoing for 20 years, I hope. But recreation fund goes on and on and on. This here, after 5 years, that just fades back into the operational budget. Having said that, like, this is something that should be paid out of a one-time funding unless you're going to use that every year for the next 10 or 15 years. I'm really on the fence on this one. It'd be nice to have a little parkette in there. You plant grass. Can you put your huts there? It'll kill the grass. Can you do this and that? It'll kill the grass. It's a lot of work after losing the parking spot. So it would be nice. I don't think it's feasible.
Can I just say here that the entire purpose of the study is to determine the feasibility and to illustrate how we can accommodate the parking. I'd be very surprised if they came back, the consultant came back and said, sorry, but this, is impossible. I take you back to the 5-year update of our official plan. Do you remember the fellow from Niagara on the Lake, that the consulting firm was so what would I say, so inspiring. He talked about the Market Square as being, our key to, if you want to have a more successful downtown, it's all here. You just have to figure out how to utilize it. And I think that, as I say, the biggest opportunity we have, and the purpose of the study is just to illustrate that it is possible. And here's how we solve the problems that you think are involved in it. Councillor Yerg?
You, Mr. Mayor, and Councilor Bartley. Yeah, I didn't see this as being in at ad hoc 20 annually. To me, this is setting the bar to get to the point of answering the questions exactly you're asking. Next year, might be asking for 50,000 if it's going to continue, might be asking for nothing if it isn't feasible. So to me, this was, let's take the initial steps to find out exactly what is possible to even do. So I think it's going to be a totally new question next year on this.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Councillor York. I thought this study was already done. You can park on Nelson Street, you can park on Collingwood Street. I would like to spend the money putting lines on angle parking up Nelson Street, on Collingwood Street, gain another 200 spots, see if they're utilized, and then go into, well, we can turn the Market Square back to green space, but I think we're putting the cart before the horse by doing it this way.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just continuing on my case here. I mean, it's not very long ago. What is it? Just a couple of years ago, we resurfaced the Market Square with fresh pavement. And I think we're also going to have to recognize that we'll lose the parking across the street, across Nelson in Lino's parking lot, because at some point he's going to do something with that land, probably sooner rather than later. So that's a lot of spots gone. And I think we've got the area where the Midas Mart does. If we want to do some green space, take that section that's already grass and put some huts or flower gardens or whatever we want to do, then there's some greening in the Market Square. But I stick to my guns. I just don't think we can do without half of the parking.
And I don't think anybody said it would be half of the parking, but, I subscribe to what you're saying, Steve. It's always better to do something than to plan something if you know what you're doing. And I definitely think that trying angle parking on Nelson Street has a lot of merit, because it takes the pressure off of the Market Square. Anyway, I'm going to call the vote. Sorry, do you have some?
Yes, we just changed the motion here slightly based on discussion. That $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing resources to develop and execute a communications and public stakeholder engagement strategy to contribute to the analysis phase of the project. That was taken right from the project charter as the first stage of this project.
I think we should take into account Councillor Bartley's suggestion that we actually increase parking on Nelson Street as part of this, so that we would have taken some steps to facilitate moving forward with work on the Market Square.
So sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're changing this motion to be relevant to Nelson Street. Is that what you said?
Well, it's been brought up that that we already know that would accommodate that. That was a suggestion that was made by the consultant from Niagara on the Lake. He said Meaford does not have a parking problem; it has a parking perception problem. And so he just at that point in time said, Nelson Street, you can have angle parking on both sides, and you'll eliminate a lot of the need for using the Market Square or all of it for parking. Councillor Yerg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in connection with that, I would even go further to Nelson Street. I would say make sure you're lining Collingwood Street as well, because there's no parking delineation there. People often don't even know if they can park on that street. And yet that street is fully lined when there's an event on. So that's Nelson Street and Collingwood Street should both be lined.
Jessica, you have some thoughts?
I always have some thoughts through you, Chair. So there's a reason why we don't identify parking everywhere, because it would be a lot of line painting, and there are a lot of requirements on where you can park and where you can't park. I think maybe what I'm hearing is that we probably should do better and informing the public on it's not a good idea to park at a fire hydrant, you know, like here's technically how far you should be from people's entrances, etc. I feel like maybe that's all separate from the market square, but my thought too is we can look at what we can do on Nelson Street. Of course, as of now, we're only responsible for the section in front of the hall or at the old fire hall. The county is up from there, so it would have to be and what, you know, like that's a conversation that can definitely happen. But I don't think we had thought to just put angled parking there. Like we definitely have to do a bit of, yeah, like, and it would be us to look at what's feasible there and what's not. But it's a great suggestion and it's something that maybe we can look at doing for the next, like our line painting contract happens every year. It's just including things in it or not. But I also think this might be separate from all of this, but if we get painting Collingwood Street and then it's, you know, Parker Street, all the streets, like I feel like you can't, the reason we don't is just because it's a lot of painting, but we could kind of couple this with, you know, more education on where you can park and where it's okay to park.
We'll supplementary and then we'll.
Yeah, just respectfully, yeah, totally. And I'm not talking about lining the whole town, but we are talking about specifically the congestion around Market Square. So to me, it would make sense, the lining of just literally the periphery streets to make sure that that is handling the congestion that we're discussing. All the other streets periphery further over, yeah, that's a nice to have, but I wouldn't be as concerned about them because they're not going to be as impacted.
So through the chair completely. It is an additional cost. So right now it's not included in our lining, like our operating budget for lining. So that is a consideration and I'm not trying to be a pain. It's just right now it's not what we do. So it would be an enhancement to our existing contract with them to do that. The same goes for angled parking. Again, not saying any of this can't happen. It's just, it's not currently being painted. So it needs to be considered in an enhancement to the contract.
I'm going to Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And through you, it's nice to get both sides here with regards to parking. I personally don't think there is a parking issue, to Councillor Urig's point. But sitting on the Ensuring Sustainability Advisory Committee, if we have the opportunity to reclaim green space, that parking lot's probably the largest heat island in the downtown core. And we think of the environmental impacts that come from heat islands, which I've preached about in past meetings before, but it is a real deal and it is a big problem. So if we have an opportunity to reclaim some green space, reduce the heat island effect in the downtown core, and still have enough parking that we can make everybody happy, I think that's a win-win for the municipality. My closing note is I just don't think the Market Square should remain a parking lot. I do remember several years ago there was the Canada Day festivals in that parking lot, and it was so hot in the summer that dogs' feet were burning on the pavement. You just couldn't stand anywhere. It was excruciatingly hot. If we had a green space with some trees and some nature, we could have had a really great event there and nobody would have been overburdened by heat. So just something to think about in terms of the sustainable mindset of how we incorporate good land use planning. So I think that's a win-win if that is something that we could pull off eventually.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. I apologize for bringing in the line painting. We are jumping off topic here. Jumping off topic, the county does want to give us that portion of Nelson Street, so that may change that one. The reason I brought it up is, can you get rid of part of the parking in there? Well, we got to decide, where do we gain parking? And like it was said, if there's no lines, people don't know you can park there. Do you put up signs saying you can park there? If you could take the pressure off. So inside, would this be a consultant doing this work? Was there some of the committees in Meaford right now that we have, the parks, you know, different things, could they come up with a plan for the park without paying a consultant $20,000 to do that?
I'm looking at, again, the Economic Development Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, Mr. Bartley. I totally, I get it. The only problem I would say utilizing, would we get a volunteer urban planner? Because what is essentially what it's going to come down to, it's going to be an urban planner that's going to be involved with this. So are we going to throw it to an organization to say, yeah, figure it out? Unlikely unless they've got the credentials to back it up, because it's going to have to be professionally done. So hence, when like the gentleman from Niagara Lake comes in, looks at that and goes, oh my gosh, gold mine, why aren't you utilizing that? How do you utilize that? Back to you, Justin. I think one of the big things is, yeah, and I'm gonna ask you the question, and you're gonna tell me I don't know, but how much would it cost to line all those lines on Nelson Street? Of course you don't know right now, and I don't expect you to, but at the end of the day, going back to the comment about let's do something rather than do nothing, I'd rather see the $20,000 go towards lining the streets to start training people to use other other parking mechanisms so that you're getting people prepared for this kind of thing. And then we also have to figure out strategy of what that's going to be. That's not going to happen overnight. That's going to be a planning process. It's going to be a construction process. It's going to have to be an implementation of what's going to be there. This is not going to happen very quickly.
What I like is that the $20,000, if this is your estimate, but if that brings that gentleman back to town to do a feasibility study of what Market Square could look like and how it could be an amazing asset to business in Meaford, then I think it's money well spent. And hopefully in 26 and 27 and going on to the end of the decade, we will see that property evolve and change and become extremely important to Meaford's identity and iconic identity. Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks again, Your Worship. As far as reestablishing the Market Square, I think the first thing I'd like to see is go out to the residents and get their ideas and suggestions, and then maybe consider hiring a consultant to put things together. But I'm sure our residents could give us lots of ideas. As far as Nelson Street, when the town was originally laid out back in the 1850s, of course, Nelson Street only went up as far as the bottom of Nelson Street Hill, because at the top there was a bastion with a 12-pound cannon that was supposedly going to be used to shoot at Fenian raiders coming into Meaford Harbor. But anyway, Nelson Street was perhaps going to be our main street, and it was laid out wider than Thompson or Boucher or any of the other streets other than Sykes. From the bottom of Cook down, or from the bottom of the hill, which would be basically Thompson down to Cook Street, you didn't park on the sides and drive down the middle. You had diagonal parking in the middle, and you drove down each side, and that kicked in again down past the fire hall, between the fire hall and Bayfield Street on Nelson. So by diagonal parking, you could increase the parking. Now, I'm not suggesting that would work in today's world, but Nelson Street maybe has potential there for being creative. Thank you.
I wonder if how the motion reads at the moment, like if
I
it
was going
has
to say, we
changed.
did pull apart, just again, because of the project charter already in existence and this phase, we've pulled that apart from the making almost two votes, actually, one to go ahead and just start with the line painting. And again, we don't really have a quote for that, so that one's a bit tough, I think, but I did want to get a sense if we want to continue with the charter with this analysis stage, because I think your notes, the complexity I would add is that there are a lot of citizens in lots of groups, and there is actually a really wide, diverse use for this space. So, you know, like I say, I'm just looking at the project charter itself. There's a list of the downtown businesses, residents living in the area, but then it also gets into accessibility, economic development, the heritage, because there's quite a bit of heritage in that space, but also including maybe something we haven't chatted about is the local youth, because at one point it was also part of a ball diamond. So there's been talk about so many different uses of that space that the charter still does have a whole package of time to dedicate either at the front end or at the back end, meaning that we would have a plan and some design scenarios for people to provide feedback. And then there was a listing here of 6 different ways to get feedback about those. We could do, again, at the front end, we could just go out and ask people, you know, what's your wild and wonderful ideas? And then put together this plan and design scenarios that could include additional roads like Nelson. I guess it is to your point, Steve, just around what part do we want to do first versus second? Do we want to get into it because we're so certain that, you know, we want lines and we want painting? You know, we can come back with those, what that cost looks like. Or again, or we could also do or not do the analysis phase of this project to incorporate all the ideas that we may know of or not know of, in addition to some design scenarios of how would that all flow. Because there are a number of elements even going into, like, I'm just taking a look, safety and security, lighting, streetscapes, like landscapes. Those are all elements that would come into this analysis phase, just so that we're assuring that we're, if you will, checking all the boxes on the list before we go too far. I don't know that line painting is too far, so that's not, I'm just, before we rip up ground, I guess, we might want to have a solid plan with the whole picture of how the flow would work downtown.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm really sorry, Your Worship, but I just can't follow this. I mean, we've said no. You talk about supporting businesses, but a shop local campaign did not fly with this council, which would support local businesses immediately. We turned down healthcare and affordable housing coordinator. And if those aren't 2 of the most important issues to us, I don't know what are. We turned down a health and safety trainer. But yet we want to spend $20,000 to create a plan, and then that's just the beginning. Then there's going to be a massive investment following that to tear up pavement that's in perfectly good condition to create some green space, which would be lovely. But I just think we've said no to some other things that really should have been our priorities over investing in this that's just going to send us down a rabbit hole of more and more investments for the next few budgets.
Thank you. I'm going to call the question. Again, do you want to read the?
Yes, so I think we got a little bit of clarity, but I sort of typed up 2 motions because we were talking about the analysis phase for this project, but then we were also talking about Nelson Street and Collingwood Street line painting. So I'm not sure if we're wanting to do 2 votes, Mr. Mayor, or if we're wanting to just stick with the Market Square that's on the slide.
I think just stick with the Market Square.
Okay.
I think that's
so
we don't complicate issues.
Yeah, so I'll just read that one, that $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing resources to develop and execute a communications and public stakeholder engagement strategy to contribute to the analysis phase of the project.
Everybody understand it? All in favor? And that fails.
Sorry.
I'd like there to be something left when we get into the next decade that they might say that was the council that we were all members of that started this. Anyway, the next one is planning student. Hiring a summer student creates valuable employment opportunities for local youth, offering them practical experience in municipal planning and operations. This initiative aligns with Meaford's commitment to fostering youth engagement and developing future professionals in public service. The recommendation is that $18,330 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing enhanced planning services in the municipality. Do you want to speak to that part?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. This was done by, sorry, my hearing aids are acting up a little bit, so I'm just talking strange to myself. Sorry. this initiative was done in 2022 and 2023. This year it wasn't done. So that's why you're seeing it here. We didn't do it this summer because we just didn't have the capacity to take this person on. When everyone's at 120%, it's difficult to take somebody who's junior and spend the time with them to fill in those difficult or those pieces of that puzzle. So I'm torn on this. If you had asked me half an hour ago, I would have said no. If you're asking me now, I would probably say yes to a degree. I'm okay with whatever you guys decide. Maybe Kim has some more information she wants to add to this. But right now, where planning is that we need a senior planner and we need a planner, and they're in crisis, and adding this doesn't get us out of crisis. And so I can't express the frustration of my hearing aids, and I can't express the frustration of planning right now. I'm sorry about that.
I'll just add a little bit. Why we generally like, if you will, summer students planning, like any kind of student, is to obviously to show and to be involved at the early stages. It's kind of like doctor recruitment, if you will. If they know how great it is here, they're going to probably come back. So there's a methodology, if you will, that having students come in their third, fourth year, or in their, kind of, if they're even just slightly, kind of interested, they like to learn more, see if this is really something. Planning is also a little bit, I'll call it special right now, in that we have an overall shortage. So planning is also one of those places that if we can be, if you seen as an employer of choice, we are a growing community. We have really diverse and interesting applications. We're not quiet by any stretch. So I think that we're also attractive to students to come and help and to learn a little bit more about planning in a dynamic community. And then we also see that, if they've enjoyed their time here, they come back and this is where they want to work. So just in addition to, I'll say, any type of student that we can bring in, there's that opportunity specifically when it comes to planning and the resourcing that we see, or the shortage of the resourcing that we see. This could be an added benefit. But I absolutely also support what Bart's saying. They don't come in with the skills to change our day-to-day workload. They're just coming in to also learn and supplement and to add, value through that learning process to us in the long game.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I fully understand that, being perfectly honest, it almost slows you down because you're trying to help the student, but there's certainly value in everybody's got to start somewhere. Are there any grants available that could assist a municipality in hiring a planning student?
I don't know of any. So I can't say yes, I know of some, but I've never come across a grant for planning summer students. They have an association. We can check that and see if there's some avenues there for co-op students. But an actual grant, I can't answer that question. But there are co-op students, and I have looked at that in the past.
I was going to say, I think that it depends on the age group. So we do see some of the younger high school, like those types of groups have a lot of grants, and it's really kind of specific to an age group. And then, like Bart says, we haven't looked specifically just for planning from the association and grants in that space. But I would imagine because of the shortage, that it's worth looking at every time, really, truly. And then the other part to that is it might just be a portion of the salary. That's typically also what I see, is that the employer pays a portion and the grant pays another portion to help ease the cost, if you will.
Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. This is, it's kind of like a feel-good thing and making a nice gesture to give somebody an opportunity, which I totally support in theory, but if it doesn't provide a net benefit to our operations, then I have a hard time supporting this, unfortunately.
Ready for the question? All in favor? And that's not passing at this time. The next one, before I read it, there is a discrepancy here in the numbers on allocation of council discretionary fund. In the synopsis, it's allocating $2,000. It's showing a cost of $14,000. So I need to know which number we're going with here.
It's $2,000 per council member. So it would to be a total of 14.
Oh, it doesn't say.
Correct. Yeah,
that.
no, that's right.
Uh,
Yes, so the clarity.
So in other
is-
words, each councillor would actually get a pet project.
Exactly. And it was interesting because again, just in, chatting through with the team about, where does their discretion come in? Where can they implement? And the dollar value is really also up for discussion. It was something that also, kind of, I'll say in talking about the conferences, right? So these are pieces, I think, of pure discussion and agreement of how you would like to go forward. It just wasn't listed anywhere. And so I just wanted to bring it forward for your guys' discussion and
Think of your
decision.
household budget. Do you remember a year that something that you weren't expecting didn't come up in the middle of the year that wasn't in your budget? So, anyway, so I think it's allocating council $2,000 for specific mid-year special projects, including murals, donations, and community events to enhance the vibrancy and cultural richness of Meaford. So that $14,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of allocating funds to a council discretionary fund for the municipality. Discussion, Deputy Mayor?
I just say in light of other things we've discussed today, absolutely not. We just can't afford to have this, discretionary fund play money, so to speak. We just can't afford it.
You got some play money last year. Councillor Urick.
Ironically, I would have said that going back to our bursary, I mean, the $14,000 would have been better served in there because we still sit around the table and all kind of champion, whoever we want to see money for. So would have much preferred to see a higher amount in the bursary community, but we've already sailed that ship. So I have to agree with Deputy Mayor. It'd be nice to have, but yeah, not if it's extra money.
I don't see any other hands up. All in favor of this allocation. And that is also out of the budget and keeps us moving. The next one is municipal environmental regulation for development projects. This project will review current municipal bylaws and agreements, as well as provincial and federal regulations related to the control of noise, light, and pollutants such as dust resulting from development, and make recommendations to council about potential modifications to changes in municipal bylaws and agreements to change the level of regulation together with the requirements to provide enforcement. And the recommendation then that $10,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing municipal environmental regulations for development projects in the municipality.
So, sorry.
If I could say something at the outset, it strikes me, I understand a little more about the TC Energy project than I did a year ago. And I would say that some of the things that I have thought of in relation to this recommendation would be governed by the Federal Impact Assessment Act. So we may not need something for this for a major project. It would be more for if we wanted to control perhaps something at the subdivision level in terms of dust and noise and that kind of thing. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Believe it or not, this kind of thing comes up in our sustainability. And I think that in the new year, there'll be a few things that group will have for council's consideration. And I think that with what's already in place and what people already have to obey, I don't see the need for adding 10 grand.
Any other discussion, comments? So yes, Deputy Mayor.
I seem to be disagreeable this afternoon and because I think this is kind of important. Thinking of what we went through down at the end of Bridge Street and the disruption, the concern for a number of residents there who were dealing with noise and dust getting into their homes and so on. I do think we should probably have a look at this, and it could behoove us recognizing that we've got a lot of development coming. We've got some here, but there's going to be a lot more digging in the spring. And if we can kind of get ahead of that and be prepared with these, you know, with an updated bylaw that really clearly outlines what we are responsible for. And I think in terms of the a process and the TC project, assuming that goes forward, I think we'll need to clearly understand. I don't know if that's part of this. You know, if we assume trucks are going to travel on the 7th and 9th and so on, exactly where, you know, our jurisdiction ends in terms of that project, because it's on land that we don't own. And if there is wind is going to carry dust, and do we then have something to say about that or do we not? So I think there's just a lot of reasons to go forward. It's $10,000. I know that, but I think considering the investment and growth that's coming our way, it would help us a lot in explanations to our residents if we had this expanded bylaw.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think we do need to follow up on this. We've already had certainly noise complaints concerning the Skydev development. That seems to be under control now, although there doesn't seem to be much going on there, so not much to make noise. But I can think of perhaps the Collingwood Street development when it gets going. It's in both a commercial area and a residential area. There could be noise concerns there. So yeah, I really think if $10,000 will put this in place, I think over the years in the future, it might be money very well spent.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I don't have any further comments other than to say, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Greenfield, I share your comments, and I'll be voting in favor of this elective.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I guess I better vote for this. I was the one that brought it up about 8 months ago. Having said that, noise. You're going to have noise during construction. Maybe it's the time of the day that you want to shut it down, but a contractor can't use a rubber mallet to calm the noise down. There is going to be noise. So, but I will support this.
Did you have a suggestion, Jessica?
Through the mayor, I'm getting Val facial expressions. We have a noise bylaw, no? Like, I feel like, so you don't know. So we do have a noise bylaw, and it does address when noise, especially construction related, can happen. And there are dates and times in there. Just trying to be helpful when you were saying that you weren't sure. I do know that because our project, like our work is also mandated by the same thing. So I just was trying to be helpful, actually.
Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jessica, because I was just going to play devil's advocate, and I actually do. I'm a support of the concept, but it just strikes me as odd to your point that we'll be doing kind of these things. So to your point, when Skydev happened, we basically said stop because here are the laws. So isn't it a matter of kind of reviewing and following the guidelines that already exist from staff level, as opposed to saying, let's go out and find out what they might be in the future so that we can come back and deal with it, as opposed to saying, there they are, when something happens, you shouldn't be doing that. Or are we gonna somehow police these things in advance and tell a developer, don't come in and make a lot of noise, or don't put this much dust in the air because you can't do that. So it strikes me as just a little horse before the cart kind of scenario.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I take from the language here in the recommendation that this is just going to enhance our current bylaw, to review any other regulations and make sure that if modifications are necessary, that we're completely up to date. And I sense that it would perhaps add some teeth to the bylaw that we have so that enforcement can be undertaken.
Pardon?
Through you, Your Honor. Excuse me. We presently already have a noise bylaw. Light can, I think can be dealt with site plan approval. Pollutants is MOE, dust is MOE. I think 90% of the stuff can be addressed already through the agencies that we already have or the agencies that the province has. Getting into this space can really upset the balance between the municipality and the contractor and how the contractor views the municipality. And I don't want to, it's already tough enough to build. But when we do sky depth, there's going to be maybe a crane on site. There may be lots of trucks going on site. There'll be lots of construction going on and noise. And if they work outside of our bylaw hours, then of course they'll be notified of that. But during the construction hours, I wouldn't want to create other hindrances to prevent them from actually completing the job in a timely manner.
Okay, we've got different points of view here. I'm going to call the question. That $10,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing municipal environmental regulations for development projects in the municipality. All in favor? And that's carried. And that, I think, is our complete list of electives. It's 2:20, and I just wanted to say I'd like to know what part of the agenda you'd like to move on to. I want to make sure that people are aware there is a Chamber After 5 meeting at Meaford Hall at 5 o'clock. I know some councillors and others want to get to this, so we'll definitely wrap up at least by 4:30, I would say. And in the meantime, if we can make further progress on the budget, I'm all for it. Alex?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and great job, everybody. We made it to the end. Awesome. So as I noted earlier in the meeting, same format as Friday. So throughout the meeting, I took each motion and I put it into one giant motion. So Holly's just setting it up so that everyone can see it on the screen. It is quite long, so feel free to take your time, review it. And we'll go into this like we would any other motion. So we'll need a mover seconder. Mr. Mayor, you'll read the entire motion. We'll have discussion and then we'll vote.
And you'll make the print bigger?
Yep, working on it, yep. So does that make sense? Any questions about that?
No, so I need a mover and a seconder to
Yes,
consider our motion on electives.
Yep.
Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you.
Okay. So the recommendation is that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a parks portfolio management program for the municipality. 2, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a health and safety training program for the municipality. 3, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of enhancing communications campaigns for the municipality. 4, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing resources to implement an urban design project for the downtown core in the municipality. that $55,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing funds for the Recreation Fund for the municipality, with a thorough review of the program to be completed by staff and options about eligibility and payment criteria to be presented to council at a later date. That $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a local healthcare and housing program for the municipality. 7, that $50,000 be used from reserves for the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing resources to a community improvement plan program for the municipality. 8 is that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of enhancing wayfinding and event signage for the municipality, and to look to private funding or corporate sponsorship to fund the initial investment. That $45,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing funding to the local organizations noted in Resolution 2023-20-01 as adopted by Council and the Municipality of Meaford. Number 10, that $500 be added to the 2025 budget to support the Grey County Farm Safety Committee to be used from the Wellbeing Annual Bursary Program budget. 11, that $40,000 be used from reserves for the 2025 budget to enhance the long-term facility portfolio management program. 12, that $40,000 be used from reserves for the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing a housing affordability program for Meaford. Not quite exactly what's there. Number 13, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of enhancing marketing for economic development for the municipality. 14, that $35,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of providing an enhanced user experience in planning and building services for the municipality. 15, that $15,000 be pulled from the core 2025 budget to support Meaford Downtown, and that Meaford Downtown present to council regarding a proposal and request for funding at a later date. 16, that $30,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of providing funds to current cottage beach associations for private road maintenance in the municipality with no consideration to future associations. 17, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing telecommunications infrastructure in the municipality, and that there is no requirement to facilitate fiber installation that improves service areas. 18, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of facilitating initiatives to support small businesses in the municipality. 19, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of purchasing and installing bike racks in the municipality. 20, that $10,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of facilitating beautification initiatives in the municipality. 21, that $20,000 be used from reserves for the 2025 budget for the purposes of installing electric vehicle charging stations in the municipality. 22, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing enhanced harbor service in the municipality. 23, that $20,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purpose of providing contracted enforcement services to the municipality. 24, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing resources to develop and execute a communications and public stakeholder engagement strategy to contribute to the analysis phase of the project. Number 25 is that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of providing enhanced planning services in the municipality. 26, that $0 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of allocating funds to a council discretionary fund for the municipality. 27, that $10,000 be added to the 2025 budget for the purposes of implementing municipal environmental regulations for development projects in the municipality. And can I just add that in the case of many of the $0 recommendations, that we proffered ideas and workarounds. It's not that we did not support many of those things. We just didn't think that the money budgeted was really needed to make progress or advance many of these things, just for everybody's benefit. Deputy Mayor, you're on.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we have a motion on the table, so I have a question, but we'll need to, to pass this motion first.
Sorry, we need just to accept put it on the floor, in other words.
Yeah, we
Yeah, on the
been
table, yes,
seconded
okay.
it. Yeah, we just need to vote.
I'm sorry, okay. Yeah, I was talking so much I couldn't think. So, all in favor of the motion? And that's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. So my question sort of at the outset, are we going to look at any other part of the budget today or not?
This is exactly, thank you very much. I know, again, it's been 2, 3 now, long days to get to this place, but the intention now is that we can actually pull all this information. Your discussions and decisions have now been able to inform us for a version 2. Along with the ask that you've had around understanding the 3 to 5 year trends of expenditures, the budgets, the org charts. What else was in that? Anyways, all of that combination will all be pulled together and put into options for you. One in which we stay within that 6.333 of core. I think that was the initial thought too, Val. And then another one showing what items that you've already considered to put into reserves, any other items that we might be able to see that would work from the reserve fund. So those options will be brought forward and published on December 2nd.
Yes, the December 3rd.
December 3rd.
It goes out for the December 9th meeting.
And then we'll be able to bring that for your discussion and review on December 9th, right?
Yep.
So,
Last meeting of the year.
Can we see where we stand after today's deliberations? It'll be
Face, and I'm just trying to read her mind, but I think the answer is it's not quite ready and it might be too preliminary to fully answer that.
There's a very preliminary number. I would still like to go back and make sure once we add everything in and out that we haven't missed anything. It's at 21.48.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship. So I'm just curious to know then for the budget public meeting next week, what sort of a presentation will it'll just be a snapshot of where we are now?
So again, I think that's an opportunity to hear from the public if they have any other considerations and items that you haven't heard. I know that we have plans to also have OPP Marla Barfoot to come and speak as well. So are there any other presentations planned at this time?
Sorry, for the statutory budget,
On the 25th?
that agenda hasn't gone out yet, so
Still have
we
time.
don't have any registrations from the public yet. There's still time for that.
So we still might have some other folks come and discuss. So yes, it would be good to still hear those considerations, and those would be incorporated into the December 3rd release to be discussed on December 9th.
Can I ask, I would get right to you, Councillor Bell, that statutory meeting, is it in Woodford or is it okay?
Because we have a 1 PM and then the statutory meeting is at 5, so we're here.
Traditionally, we have been there, but we have talked a bit about getting out into the rural area as well, but anyway, we can come back to that. Councillor Bell, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to have a public meeting. And we've been told in the past that when you bring a budget and the public has comments on it, and then if council goes back and makes changes to what's done, we have to have another public meeting. Correct? We haven't discussed transportation services, and I've got a lot of things to talk